Labi, labrīt visiem. Man liels prieks gadu vēlāk satikt ne tikai tos.
Good morning, everyone. A year later, I am very glad to see all those with whom a year ago we started this conversation. But at that moment, there was no unnecessary maturity after last year. This surprise of last year that actually made things more clear to us. But it was more or less clear, dear scientists, dear academia, and I am very glad that you are still very demanding to everyone. I'm saying thank you, and due to COVID, why you were not present here face to face, dear politicians, whom else have I forgotten? The opposition is here, not leading coalition. State secretary is not representing the government. State secretary is the basic framework. State secretaries remain also. Everyone else is changing. I believe that there will be opportunity to discuss. We have a microphone for everyone who wants to speak out. At the same time, I urge all the speakers to maybe save some time for Q&As. Speaking about Q&As, those who are present, you can ask your questions, but if you are watching us online, on the bottom of YouTube page, you can write your questions in chat. Chat can be used only by those who are watching us remotely, not by those who are here face to face. We will accept all the questions. Let's not waste time. There will be many aspects covered. Maybe we have to do away with some superstitions, prejudices about this topic. But Liga, you are the host and you represent a lately created phenomenon, namely Ministry of Climate and Energy. And I'm very glad that you are State Secretary with a doctor's degree. Not all the ministers have such a competent representative. Liga, are you afraid that this discussion is most probably not going to be very calm and easy? There will be emotions because we have had emotions last winter. Maybe now we are more mature and look for the solutions. Maybe you can already say that nuclear energy is the best, the cheapest, the safest way to go out. Thank you very much for the given floor. I'm very glad to see you all, those who are watching us here from the hall and remotely. And most of all, I am very glad that my topic, energy in all its spheres, nuclear energy as well as renewable energy, it attracts more and more young people who can pass on the baton. Today I have the honor to open this conference, and from my side I was thinking what would be a good beginning for this event. I wanted to give some context. As everyone who've seen me before, my presentations are structured similarly. I tell where we are, where we could be, and how we get there. So this is what I will stick to today. And if we start with reality, taking into account that nuclear energy is not being produced, let us look at our region at EU. In EU, nuclear energy is present in 13 countries in 2021, taking into account that Germany in the spring stopped the last nuclear reactors. There are 12 remaining countries, And if we look at the last 20 years, then nuclear energy accounts for less amount than before, by one-third or by one-fourth. And its place was taken by solar and wind energy. At the moment, the fastest growing energy source is solar, but wind is following in its footsteps. The second industry that saw a significant block is coal, because coal stations are very efficient, and politicians are very much into efficiency and cost reduction. The next question: why nuclear energy amount dropped? This chart is very close to me. Depending on the source, those curves differ, but this is what was prominent in 2 or 3 sources. Those who do not know what is LOTSA, lowest cost of energy, what 1 megawatt hour costs in this certain year during the life cycle of power plant. What we see here is a very good dynamic. We see that solar and wind energy has become cheaper. It is connected similar to batteries. When we have technologies just in the beginning of its development, they are expensive, but when we work on the technology and when the producers are going into economies of scale, we can get the same cheaper. The prices are dropping. At the same time, from another source, although it's not Bloomberg, Bloomberg is not recognizing this type of energy, but you can see that the costs have grown. Why? Because nuclear energy has higher safety requirements, and it is very capex intense. So if we are looking at what defines costs, then, for example, in gas stations, the resource is, or the gas resource is the decisive. Speaking about solar and wind, where the fuel is free of charge, it is capex based. Nuclear energy is somewhere in the middle, but mainly based on capex or capital revenues. But primary driving force, as we read from reports, are requirements for safety. The first 2 slides are not too perspective, too good, but that's why I placed them in the beginning. Where we are going, let's move from Europe to global. We use IPCC, or International Panel for Climate Change, as well as International Nuclear Agency, as well as OECD. IPCC, that are caring for our climate, they have created 90 scenarios how we could get to the critical scenario, namely keep the temperature not rising higher than 1.5%. Some people are saying that it's too late, but global trend is that we have to at least try. And there are scenarios. The less emissions we will let in the atmosphere, the more we will keep the stability. And according to the calculations of IPCC, in average, we would have to create until 2050 1.1 terawatt of nuclear reactors. With the existing approach, these forecasts are 480, a bit increase of what is today. Why? Because historic plants are kind of at the end of their life cycle, and new nuclear plants are not being built so intensely. It is logical because energy systems are becoming more and more decentralized. And that's why they are not so popular.
Recording
But
stopped.
uh, lucky for us, we have new technologies or modular reactors that could be our future for the Baltics. I like charts very much, and for you to compare. And I hope that these comparisons are scalable. But if we look at the traditional reactors, they are bigger by 700 megawatts, and they are
Recording in
for big
progress.
consumptions. In Latvia, the smallest consumption is on midsummer nights eve, so about 500. Classical consumption is 1,200 in January when it's cold. But looking at technical specificities, if all the production were dealt away with and we would put up a traditional reactor, it would not make sense. They are built or constructed on spot, and it costs a lot. I placed a star to it. In Finland, one reactor is being built for 12 years. Also, costs are increasing. And the safety zone is 16 kilometers. You can imagine in Latvia, it is a lot, 30 kilometers all around it. Looking at modulars and micro reactors up to 1 megawatt, it is high efficiency as the construction of it is 3 to 5 years. We should look how it works. And the costs are also wishful thinking, but they are true, 1 to 3 billion.
Mēs šobrīd esam pie 138, gan tāpēc, ka kapitāls ir dārgs, gan tāpēc, ka būvniecības process ir dārgs, gan tāpēc, ka dažas tehnoloģijas vēl nav gatavas. Bet, ja mēs skatāmies viena
because some technologies are not yet ready, but let's have a look at this comparison and very small safety zones, 2 kilometers. Modular reactors are a new topic. It's not as new as we think. I was not familiar with it previously. I have a doctor's degree, but not on nuclear energy. It is developing very fast. A high progress is observed in China. They are constructing them a lot, also in Canada and USA. The development is rather swift. The practical modules are not there, but they are almost ready, and they are supported by the government, as well as subsidies go hand in hand with Inflation Reduction Act. Also interesting that in Europe, for example, Rolls-Royce are developing them. The certain levels of development stage, some are in the creation stage, some are very close to finishing. This slide is kind of minute, but we have to remember that they are not all the same. We have different technologies that could be looked at from different angles. First of all, the source of energy and temperature, and depending on the temperature, it is suited for different places. As I've mentioned, coal station substitution, that could be interesting in the Baltics, especially speaking about Estonians, where coal could not be so sustainable. 3,000 coal stations with the overall power of 2 terawatt hours. In Europe, it is much more, with powers of 2 to 300 megawatt hours. We could use the same points, and thus economically construct high temperature SMR could be offered for industries like chemical industry and ammonium micro generators could be used off-grid. Here we could look at those industries who are at the moment using diesel generators because they are far from power stations. I don't know when we can start that, but this is an alternative because the small generators can be brought in and brought out. So that's why we don't have to think about burying nuclear waste because we have soft stone, as well as non-emission hydrogen and synthetic fuel. The directive is at the moment stuck with France's and Commission's discussions. They are discussing whether hydrogen can be considered green energy. New technologies, acquisition of new technologies is always a marathon. We have to have technologies, then regulations, because technology on its own, especially nuclear energy, cannot be just produced. There has to be certain supervision, certain certainty. When technologies are there, then commercial benefit has to be looked at. In energy industry, it has to be commercially capable or capability. So when it's better resource and cheaper resource. Next place, support infrastructure and place in Latvia for conventional nuclear energy. That could be a challenge because in Latvia, speaking about big nuclear reactor, it is likely not the nearest future. And afterwards, when we get together all this homework, we have to think about raw material and then get the reactor and see for manpower whether we have knowledgeable people. SMRs have priorities because they are semi-automatic, but they have to be people who are qualified to maintain them and work in them. New technology acquisition is a marathon that goes in circles. We already looked in previous slides. New technologies are coming again and again. And at the moment, the global offer is to look at those technologies who can be implemented until 2050, but with low readiness we think about the second phase after 2050. Small summary, what is happening in the Baltics? Latvia and Estonia are actively working on exchanging best practices on commercial level and ministry level. And one of those activities is this program first, financial infrastructure for responsible use of SMR technology. Also, we want SMR not to be as not to fall on us as unexpected. So no, we want it to be fact-based. Also, Latvia and Estonia, there are ministries responsible. In Latvia, it is us. And until the end of this year, they have to elaborate their vision on nuclear energy's role in the ecosystem. In Lithuania, the situation is a bit more different. Lithuania is the only Baltic country who has experience using nuclear power on commercial level. In 2009, Ignalina, the nuclear station, was closed. In 12 referendum prescripted that there should not be any nuclear energy, but in 2016, Visagina nuclear project was closed for it to become more capable for commercial activities. I have looked for sources, but Lithuanians said that they are ready for SMRs until 2040, but let's see how it will go. If you have any questions, I will be ready to answer them. Thank you very much. There are questions or challenges, something that is still not clear. To be clear in detail, our government has given you the task to see whether we, together with Estonians or on our own, can develop this as an alternative to that LTD that was not rentable, that it has been frozen at the moment. This is my summary, isn't it? If we want to be precise, it was the previous government. Well, so that was the Ministry of Economy, but we are very, very happy at the Climate and Energy Ministry to take all the activities over. This vision should be more broader. It's not all about Visagina, for Visagina or against Visagina. It's not on the table. In the Baltics, we are not planning the 3.4 gigawatt station. It's not what's necessary. Those forecasts is not necessary. I haven't seen the structure in any of the documentations from Baltic countries. But for us not to be surprised by snow, we have to plan in summer. So we have to have a broader picture of nuclear energy and its impact. It is clear that we are not going to start building tomorrow. There are several challenges, especially connected with burial of waste. Those possibilities that were historically available are no longer available. You touched upon another topic, but next speaker is going to talk about it afterwards, about available intellectual capacity, about employees. Thank you, Liga. Let us applaud, and you will be here and participate. So I will ask Andris Steinbergs, who is the Deputy Director of the Institute of Solid State Physics. You have worked with these issues for all of your life. And Andris, there is a question. Can we, as a small or big country, consider to build a power plant compared to Estonians or Canadians? Andre, you should speak in microphone.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to express gratitude to Liga for the previous presentation. And it is very visible that she has this scientific background, and we already exchanged some ideas before. And so I will start my presentation, and I'll also put a timer on so that I don't exceed my time. So it is very important for us to understand that starting to initiating, launching some big project or events, we always speak about challenges, but maybe this is not the right word, but I would like to talk about this spiral that has these three circles. And I saw that Anders Kubergs from the parliament is here, so it is very important that the government comes in with political will in order to implement a project. Second, it is very important to have this large-scale infrastructure. In Latvia, we have only one such telescopes in Ventspils. So this is a challenge if we do it in Latvia. And number three, what Liga already said, educational components. So this scientific component and also professionals who are able to work in all this infrastructure. And all this together informs the understanding of the project, because if we start to launch something, all these three components has to exist and has to be there. And that was my first idea. But here you can see the presentation. Actually, in the beginning, I wanted to speak in English, but then I decided to speak in Latvian. So there is also a principle of taxonomy. So you see costs, and also the question is whether it's in line with the Green Deal of Europe. So we are sometimes discussing how much, how large deviation can we make or not, but it is very important to look at this taxonomy, and you can see this is one of the points, because recently we are not doing very well with this climate position. There are threats actually that we are not fulfilling this 1.5 goal. And recently we were talking in last meeting that this global warming could increase by 2.8 degrees, and this is not in line with Paris agreements. And so therefore it is very, very important to develop biodiversity, forests and ecosystem, and think about also agriculture, sustainable agriculture. And we have to achieve a zero emissions economy. So not in everywhere, when we are manufacturing, for example, electric cars and so on, very often it is that we are doing very well, but on the other hand, we are keeping and tending to forget this component. So this first slide was about taxonomy. Here I will not repeat myself about all these methods and sources of alternative and renewable energy production. We also see the ones that come in recently. This is thermoelectric and hydrogen energy. About thermoelectric generators, we haven't scientifically and politically solved, but large companies have started it already. And in Latvia, if we look at our menu in energy, then we see that up to 40% we are fed by hydroelectric power plants. So Latvia is in this green position in comparison with other Baltic states. This we have to remember, and we also have to remember that water, there is sometimes it is too much, and sometimes it is not enough. So we are saving, we are accumulating this water, and then we are using it for energy. And the same is also for hydrogen, that we are accumulating it and then later using for trolley buses and many other technologies. This next slide is about energy storage. I will not spend a lot of time here, but I would like to remind that one of the new things is the storage of hydrogen. So it's a new battery in electric cars. We use lithium batteries, but here also for Airbuses, for airplanes, it is also planned to use. I don't know what is going to be discussed in France together with Macron. What I know about him is that he is very positive, and he is moving towards development of science in France. So we express gratitude to him for this. And then also about talking about how smart houses, we are using LEDs and OLED lights and so on. Here, I will not repeat the same what was said, but if we talk about nuclear energy, if we talk about basic energies, nuclear energy has to be one of the base energy in the world. So what are fossil energy sources? Oil, natural gas and coal. But moving aside from this, we need to use something else, something more. And solar energy will not do the job. It is possible for local places, and also in Latvia we have an idea together with wind energy to develop this portfolio of wind and solar energy, but those are just plans. So here it's also very important to have the nuclear power, and also Ants in the beginning used the terminology in Latvian, which used to be atomic energy. But actually, this is a totally different approach. We are not talking about atoms. We are talking about nuclear and also synthesis and also fusion of nuclear energy. And if we talk about nuclear power plants, it is very important to look at various aspects of nuclear fuel, also safety, and we are moving towards the fourth generation. So the safety and safety again, not only from the geopolitical opinion and point of view, but also from the point of view of the reactor. For example, we remember in Chernobyl what happened and Fukushima what happened. We have to take this into account in Latvia and also in Estonia. We, at least what happened in Fukushima, we will not have it here. And also, if we look at from the point of view of science, let's see what is possible in science. So in our space, we have dark matter or dark energy, and CERN also has a task to develop the project in relation to this dark energy. So dark matter, dark energy, and you can also see how it looks like in the total balance of energy. This is science, and in science we get a lot of various astrophysics ideas. So we are looking at Mars, so we are looking towards other opportunities, and there is a lot of work to do, how to store this energy, how to get it, how to store it, how to use it. And this is another thing for scientists to do. So here Liga already explained about this. So here there is a little bit of data. Maybe this is not so interesting for now. This I presented in some wider audiences. We had a presentation, one conference where we spoke about not only Latvia, but also a situation in the world, how we are improving materials, technologies, and so on. So this here is an interesting example that if we speak about heat and cooling of elements, so very often these elements are covered. There is a layer of these elements. And scientists, for example, from the US have learned how to use this heat. So they have found the element that fights not only the solar stars, but they are also returning it back, and they are using in another way. And scientists have a lot of ideas how to improve solar batteries, how to use efficiently. And now we are talking also about these solar batteries that could be glued on the walls or put on also on the roofs. We are talking about these classical approaches, but also about some perspective that is in the future. And so in conclusion, we have this solar power on Earth, and we use it directly or in other ways or through wind, because also wind comes from the movement of the sun, and also high tide and low tide. It depends on all this. And if we don't have sun, then we don't have energy. So this solar power is not only this battery, this very narrow view. There is a much wider view. And here also are ways how to make all these materials more environmentally friendly. Next, about wind. We can talk about wind. Wind can give for this basic energy more than sun for us here, and this becoming one of the primary sources of energy, and it can be stored, and that can be used for these heating cells, and also driving by hydrogen, using hydrogen for cars and for driving. And also we have plans about using them in the forest, but then they have to be very tall, not to disturb birds and migration. And then another option is offshore wind farms, and we have seen that is about 100 meters long wings, and also the generators. So Estonians are ahead of us if we talk about wind generators. And very often they combined, those two ways are combined in parks, both sun and wind, also in offshores you can see sun and wind. But looking at the scientific point of view, we haven't used and we haven't discovered thermoelectric effect enough, because here we are working in our institute, we are thinking about the generator, thermoelectric generator, and in the end we come to the sensor. And the idea behind it is we need some materials, and here you can see that we managed to create a very sensitive sensor that can measure temperatures in the laser beam, and we have a Torlab will start manufacturing them. It can be used in medicine, also in different types of arts, and various ways how to use it. So this is a very scientific approach, that in the beginning you start to create one thing, but then later it can be used in multiple ways. And then this also was registered and gets a patent. And here it's about hydrogen and storage of hydrogen. Like I said before, hydrogen is now a very top issue. The methods how to get it, and also various ways how to use them. For example, using bubbles. There is another approach. And here in Tel Aviv, I participated in one of the Congress, and they have a very interesting green hydrogen technology. So it's very interesting that sometimes scientists just accidentally find solution. For example, they left their technologies working for the weekend, for Friday and for Saturday, and their reactor had increased temperature and also efficiency. And so using this technology, Mr. Rodberg, whom you can see, he developed the new ways how to create green hydrogen. So the same as penicillin was discovered, the same way also this green energy was discovered. So sometimes science is very unpredictable, and it was possible to get those great solutions. So hydrogen not only for transport, but also in many industries. So both for transport, but also in industry. So here we are talking about the basic, the base of energy. This one comes from the European Commission. can see this Ursula von Leyen also showed these ideas together with her colleagues how hydrogen valley could be created. So not Silicon Valley, but Hydrogen Valley. And here I talked about test sensor. It was about thermal energy, but here about hydrogen sensor. It is also, hydrogen is also a bit dangerous, for example, if we remember Chernobyl. So therefore, colleagues whom I know from Sweden, from Chalmers University, also from Amsterdam, Europeans, they have developed a very, very sensitive sensor, and looking those colors, they provide information. So the same as radiation detector, and it is a very, very sensitive, very high sensitivity, so 250 ppb, and it is used for airplanes and containers and other places. And here again, smart windows. And now we see the Europe project. This energy has to use in efficient way. We very often in Latvia we are complaining about costs, but still we are using too much. We are not using in the best and the most efficient way. So we need to think about these smart houses and smart windows. So here from our project, we are proposing smart windows. So we are using chromogenic technologies, electrochromic, photochromic, and thermochromic technologies. So it starts with electrochromic, and the problem is that the structure is like a sandwich structure. So there has to be already, it has to be planned and developed on the window. But if we talk about photochromic, for example, if you are driving a car and there is this light coming from the opposing car and also was from the mirror in your eyes, and the effect is very similar. And thermochromic ideas are still in the stage of development. One more interesting idea is that we can play with colors. There is some colors that can absorb infrared these beams, and other colors that don't absorb. And from the university in the US, it is discovered that if these colors are used inside and outside, the one that doesn't absorb, they are saying that they are claiming that 20% of energy is gained during hot weather. And here I will not repeat because you know about these types of reactors. And also the countries with the largest nuclear power reactors. Here we can see the information about Olkiluoto, and the colleague will tell about it. This is like a highlight for us about a nuclear reactor and how it is used, how it was launched. 1.6 gigawatts, that's quite a lot. And this is data from Finland, so they provide 14% of Finland's demand for electricity. And League also spoke about Germany, that they closed down the last 3 nuclear power plants. Yesterday I was in the Parliament's commission led by Anders Kulbergs, and Spanish people presented, and they also said that they would close down their nuclear power plants. But at the same time, Japan, they again have resumed. They have started building again these nuclear power plants because they have no other way, and so they are doing it, and they are making this the best, the newest generation. And if we look here, Zaporozhye, Ukraine, and what is happening there, it is 5.7 and it is the largest station in Europe and the rest of the stations. And here is an image about so-called energy menu in our countries. I got it from one presentation. I think it is from my colleagues. Māris Balodas, I think, had this presentation. And you can see here, let's not talk about the numbers, the amounts. We see that Latvia is quite efficient in getting energy, but I'm talking about this blue color, which is hydroelectrostations energy. And this component you don't see with our neighbors, Lithuanians or Estonians. So this is our benefit, hydroelectric power. And here we can also see that in the future we are planning 12% of nuclear energy, and then we also see thermoelectric stations and also some imports, which is also needed. But the basic will be coal and oil and hydrogen, natural gas we will continue, and hydrogen also. We are also building stations, Paldiski in Lithuania, in relation to natural gas. So we have not excluded natural gas. And so here the rest of the colleagues will speak about it more. I just inserted one slide. So one of the nuclear reactors. So what I wanted to say that I wanted to explain how this energy is used in several countries, like Liga said, and this image also shows that those so-called grids, if we add nuclear energy into grid, then what happens, and also wind energy. So you can see all these investments and how much is invested. And what I wanted to emphasize for entrepreneurs and also for scientists, that there is a EU program and you can submit projects. So this is a work program that would focus on the safety of SMRs and development of nuclear materials. And two things are important here about the issues related to nuclear fuel. I could tell a lot about it. Also, new materials are used there, but not today. I will not speak about it today. And then also about nuclear waste. There are many ways how to do it. You don't need to dig it somewhere underground or put in some rocks or what about Estonians or Swedish people? Where do they store their nuclear waste? But they will tell about it later. And here also is a very, very nice comparison. So the large reactors are compared with smaller ones. And looking at CapEx and OpEx. And so for large stations and reactors, huge investment. And when they start operating, then there is this OpEx contribution. But for smaller reactors, CapEx is a lot smaller, OpEx a little bit more, but it also shows the tendency that these modular reactors have the future, not only from the point of view of safety, but also configuration and use. Liga already spoke about it, but here you can see these costs and how they are graphically presented. And I will not repeat again, but in science we speak a lot about nanotechnologies. So it could be used for nuclear energy, for safety of waste, and also talking about new materials for construction, that they are strong. Okay, so soon I will finish. And enhanced safety and disposal of nuclear waste, and also it is very important to detect and monitor radiation levels in real time in case if radiation gets out. So it is very important to have these sensors to measure at real time. And here I will not talk about fusion track records. Will not tell this time. This is ITER in Kadarash being built. 2 images. I go there quite regularly, and I can see that development is in the process. If we compare, for example, those 3 years, and this is an interesting image. Maybe I could finish with this one. So here we are talking about strategic autonomy for renewable energy and for other. So for fossils, we see that it is changing. For nuclear, we can see that fuel is limited, but I would say that G7 countries came together. They looked at nuclear energy and possibility raw materials, and this is still under discussion. And for the rest, you can see what is happening with biofuels, but this is conflicting with the food industry and hydro. There is a problem with draft, and yes, and this is about the energy scenario 2050. Like it was said that the nuclear energy plays a role. This data is not my data, and so we can see that these fossils would reduce from 80 to 20%, and 2/3 will be with renewables. And the last slide is just an outlook. So what could I say? I have spoken about most of it. Maybe about the last, that it is very important when you are developing the energy package, you have to base on the facts that are accumulated, and also knowledge and experience, and also contribution of science in those projects. Thank you very much. That's all. Yes, everybody is super excited because this claim actually gave us some knowledge, and we have this knowledge. Thank you very much, Andris, for this background. But now we will go deeper. We will go deeper in this beautiful 3 letters, SMR, so modular, small, maybe easier to implement.
I hope that next time when you drive from Tallinn, the car you are now charging to drive back will be charged with the energy from this particular small modular nuclear device or unit. Do you think it is realistic in this decade in Latvia and in Estonia, or we are talking about far more future?
We start construction this decade. But our goal is to be ready by 2031. Abadiana, so their neighbors, congratulations for yesterday. We are all watching sports. Yeah, yes, we drove by car with an EV from Tallinn. Woke up at 6 o'clock, and yeah, I very recommend to switch to EVs because it's quieter, it's also safer, and it's cheaper because driving here cost us electricity-wise because I charged at home and I have a fixed price that I fixed 1.5 years ago. It cost me definitely, yeah, less than 15 euros. And we came together with Marty, and so per one person, it's lower cost than even driving bus, and you can listen to podcasts and stuff. So I'm going to talk a little bit more practical. When, where, and how much money does it cost, and what is the cost to the consumers? Because we are already for 4 years have developed Fermi-Energia and SMR deployment in Estonia. And we now have a team of 21 people, and we concluded a recent fundraise, and we have total raised 6.6 million. And we have spent out of that about 5 million over the studies. We have done together with our partners and one with Latvia about 65 studies. We are completing right now several works. And the core of our team, the 7 people who studied in Stockholm when also the Visaginas project was considered in Estonia, we immediately recognized that knowledge in this field is the basis of making things work. And yeah. So to the energy issues and the pricing issues. So looking back at 2022, many countries were net importers, and all the Baltic countries were net importers as a whole of the year. Looking at specifically this year's January, Latvia was the only country that was net exporter because you had, I spoke with some Latvian people, then Daugava is a kind of a bride that is very rich in few years, and in some years it's very not a lot of water, and and it's not so very well predictable. So this is a good year, but the weather is not the highest reliable way to make your security of supply reliant upon. So in Estonia was heavily importing, but also Finland was this year still heavily importing. Now it's positive that Olkiluoto has come online, and thanks to that, now today in Finland and Estonia the power prices are very low, and for this year. But the conclusion of last year, where how Estonia generated power, majority was this oil shale, the oldest fossil fuel in the world, from the Ordovician era, when there was no life on Earth, there were no trees, but we have algae mass that was stored 480 million years ago, and we're burning that, which has calorific value or burning value of essentially dry cow dung. So we're burning that. We haven't developed, but we need to. We need to decarbonize because it has a very high CO2 emissions, and the CO2 prices are high. And it's just not competitive. When we look at yesterday's prices, 79 euros, and the CO2 price is 90, roughly, then it doesn't cover the costs. Doesn't cover the costs. So actually, every megawatt hour that Eesti Energia is generating to the market, and it has to generate because it has customer agreements, it's making loss on every day that it's generating at this daily average price. And yeah, it's not sustainable, of course, to make losses for quarter after quarter. So how it works is that then the winter is that what saves. But so we have to that we had severe energy crisis. Now the prices have, let's say, accommodated, but 79 euros, like even 2 years ago, would have been very high prices. So 79 euros is not affordable electricity, definitely not for the consumers. And what we know also for fact is that our national utility renewable energy contracts to the large customers that it offers for 10 years is priced at 108.5 euros. This is according to their annual reports. So I sometimes question where the people get that information that the renewable energy is cheap. It makes the prices at some peak generation points, it makes it cheap for some hours. But in general, if you take the annual 2 years view, what we are very well in contact with our friends in Poland who are developing also the same reactor type, Synthos. They know very well what is going on in energy space in Poland. So a few years ago, the large RWE and the Polish companies, they won offshore tenders at 72, 74 euros per like subsidy, guaranteed price. Those wind parks will not be built. They are renegotiating with the government to get higher subsidy. So anyone talking like 70 or even 80 about offshore, they really don't know the latest updates. But we know for a fact, based on the proposals that we have received from GE Hitachi on SMR, that 65 euros, not average for the first unit. First unit will be more expensive, but the second unit will be lower cost. The average for the 2 units of 65 is, yeah, it is possible that the interest rates will be affecting that. It is possible. It is so, but 65 is about average. I will not go to the details. That would be sufficient at like a normal capacity factor 90%. That to have long-term contracts, and why we need this nuclear power. We are, especially in Estonia, we are a Nordic country. So I personally, my favorite sport is skiing, cross country, not downhill. We don't have mountains. So we have real winters when there is -20. And if we do not have an energy system that provides energy when it is needed reliably, it's an extremely bad energy system. It will be extremely dangerous for our society if our heat pumps and transportation system that is in now related to electricity supply and will be even more so, wouldn't work, or it would be very, very expensive year in, year out. It is not sustainable for the society. It is not acceptable. So in Estonia, we have regulated that there has to be 1,000 megawatt of firm capacity in the grid. Some people are saying offshore wind will take care of it. But the reality is that looking at Estonian consumption being 100% and even quadrupling existing wind capacity, wind actual generation, there is clearly large gaps that cannot be filled with storage. Just impossible. So we need firm capacity in significant numbers. So, and electricity power is expensive in the Baltics, more expensive than in Scandinavia, and there are fundamental reasons why that is. We're import dependent and a small market. For 6 million population, like was shown, the total consumption is like 30 terawatt hours. In Finland, 6 million population, 80 terawatt hours, much larger market. And to make it worse, there are 3 market price areas, not single one like in Finland. Fossil fuels are the price maker for the most of the year in the Baltic states. And natural gas prices are volatile and not predictable. So you can make long contracts, yes, but you're not covering 100% of the consumption, the burn, because you don't know exactly how much you burn. So you have still some spot price dependency. That's why, I mean, you had also a spike in the heating prices, even though the natural gas burner, it might have long contracts, but it also had some contracts that were on spot prices. If there would be long contracts covering the whole generation, you would not have increase in the Riga district heating. Logical, right? And oil shale and natural gas plants are aging and will retire. Like fossil cars, their age is like much more limited. Their engine is running out much faster than electrical motor. Some electrical motors are still like tens of years old, but they run for decades and decades because they don't essentially wear down. CO2 prices are high, 90 euros, but they have to be 150 euros by the 2030. They have to. There is no other way that we would achieve the European goals. So even we have to account for 2035 for 200 euros, because the price signal has to go. I'm an economist, so forgive me to explain that the price signal has to go into the market before the investment decisions are made. Then investment decisions are made, and then you have real impact into CO2 reductions. So because 2050, we have a hard goal of the confirmed by the Commission and the Council and the Parliament vote, which cannot be reversed, that we have to have carbon neutrality. So this means that already by 2035, 2040, we have to have very strong price signals. And there is no way to get around that. Low value of solar power. So we see today, so it's the value of something is very important term in economics. So it's like with water. It's sometimes when you're thirsty, then water is very valuable. But if you have drunk already 1 liter of water and someone pushes that additional water into you, you don't want to pay for that water anymore. So there is some optimal for that. And with the solar power, we have a obvious problem. There has been in Estonia at least overinvestment. We have already 700 megawatt on the grid. And so for many hours, the value is essentially zero. So actually, everybody who invested is very disappointed now. And making additional investments based on financing, I don't think that they would go through. So the same story will happen with the wind. There will be some points where there is overgeneration, and we see that already in some markets happening, that actual investments are not going through, even despite the plans and modeling, and this will be always cheaper, and this is naivety. This is not real life. The political focus, however, because the politicians, I've been member of parliament, so I don't want to speak down politicians all the time, but unfortunately they are focused on their internal fights, focused on their internal issues, and they don't pay focus on numbers and on reality. They like narrative, like speaking to the people, assuming that the people are, shallow and are not capable to learn and stuff like that, unfortunately. And then, so the narrative of renewable energy is green and so on, it takes all the focus away from reliability. But last year, has been a real nice awakening that reliability is very important. And in the real life also, the renewable project, they have really long development times. I just preparing this presentation, I found some presentations from 2009 on how Lithuanian offshore next year's will be developed like 600 megawatts. Where is it? There was a competition going on, but I think this will fail, very likely. Even though Ignitis is well prepared and so on, but the expenses are higher. So they can't, without the guaranteed income, I don't think that they will do actually 700 megawatt. Because 700 megawatt, like very concrete project. RWE did Arkona, 35 kilometers offshore in Germany. It cost 1.2 billion for 380 megawatts. So Ignitis is doing 700 megawatt, like pulling chest, like wide. I don't think this is what some countries do, but this is not like very moderate approach. But this is like a conservative as Catholic, because a very credible, strong nuclear energy company, OPG, is going to build that SMR type. This has already committed financing, And there are many other strong companies like Tennessee Valley Authority and Synthos together with Orlen who are firmly committed to that technology. And it's a boiling water reactor that is quite simple design, very well known, fuel does exist, there is no kind of over innovation. So that's why we chose that technology. And now to prices. We roughly assume, like I said, 65 euros per megawatt hour power generation. So if it is 300 megawatt hour, it generates about 900 megawatt thermal energy. And if the thermal energy, like it's very easy to subtract that, essentially thermal energy has to be 3 times lower. There are some additional costs because there has to be a heat exchanger. And coming to prices, in Tallinn, the regulated price is now 97 euros per megawatt hour, but we use biomass. Some story is also biomass is cheaper. Well, not really, because the biomass moves also has a market price, has a Italians and the Danes and the Netherlands, they like to burn our forests. Nice people, they are renewable. In Kiviõli and Narva, we have still oil shale, but this is also not cheap. So I think 25 is lower than even 39. Okay, and on top of this 25, there are some pipe costs on top of it, but we are going to study that. So I got convinced on this co-generation, visiting a power plant that is 40 kilometers north of Zurich, like in Switzerland. They have in that area actually 3 large power plants that all do district heating. But this one in Petsnau, this is like 2 small reactors, 380 megawatt pressurized water reactors. They have this fairly small heat exchangers, and they provide district heat, not to large apartment buildings, but private homes. And I will not use more slide about that, but because the power plant has been running already for 40 years, the capex has been paid out. But together with the piping, the cost of district heating to the consumer, that is maybe 12 kilometers from the plant, and that has like pipe coming to the house like that, is 10 euros per megawatt hour. And for next 20 years, without any carbon, without burning anything. This is not so bad. And this is not innovation, this is not kind of a let's do some hanky-panky for 20 years. No, this is very simple technology that does exist. The heat exchangers we would 100% produce in Estonia. Very simple, small heat exchangers. So our plan is in Estonia to be ready by 2031 and in the middle section I'm explaining how we would move from MOUs we have already with 95 companies in Estonia who want to have stable price, fixed price, 15-year nuclear energy supply contracts. If the government end of this year says yes to knowledgeable commitment on nuclear energy, we can move to conditional preliminary contracts that essentially say that if we come with certain volume of power within certain range, let's say maximum 70 euros, but we would make a certain calculation by a year 2028 when we would ideally have the construction license ready with the Estonian future regulator, then they would be obliged to commit to that power purchasing contract. And it makes a lot of sense for not only the businesses operating in Estonia, but I think also businesses operating in Latvia and Lithuania who want to have price certainty, who need to have price certainty when they're doing actual major investments. But not only them as customers, but I think also municipalities and the state and the public institutions, I don't know, university, because what we saw in Estonia at least was when there was severe energy crisis and municipalities had very short contracts. They had suddenly very high increase in the costs, and they had to essentially fire people. They have to close schools and kindergartens to cover the increased costs. Well, this is not very nice and not very popular as well. So it's better to have stability in that price rather than to have surprises, let's say, in 3 years, 5 years, who knows? It's not a very good policy to say, who knows? It's much more stable policy to have a stable price mechanism. And it is possible thanks to nuclear. With other technologies, when you do not know how much wind is actually going to blow in next year, April, or in 5 years in April, and you do not know what in 5 years the price of CO2 is going to be, you don't know whether some power plants are giving you backup at all, you don't know those facts. If you try to calculate those risks into the contract, this makes the contract expensive. So fundamentally, nuclear can make a better offer, but SMR. So the question is, what do the people think? Always. So in Estonia, the people say, yeah, or rather, yes. So it was just last week, there was another poll came out that is not included there, but 60% supported, not even now. The question was, and it was not our poll, but was by the government, yes to nuclear power generation in Estonia. So this is practical. We have worked on 2 sites. Also, the NIMBY is not so serious factor. Yeah, we are preparing in Estonia that following the vote by the government and the parliament, we would submit the application to move into national designated spatial planning process, which is the formal official siting and environmental impact assessment process. And obviously, because you are neighbors and we are in the, ESPO or Aarhus Convention, we obviously will need to consult with you. And Estonia is a small country, and it makes perfect sense to cooperate with neighbors. We are doing that now in missile and air defense with the IRIS system selection this weekend. And it makes perfect sense to recognize that Estonia and Latvians are small nations, and we are good neighbors, and we need to cooperate also in this high technology that provides reliable power, decarbonization for decades until the end of this century, and lower costs to the consumers. I think it's good. Okay?
Sounds good so far. Thank you. Good. So maybe questions you may ask also in Latvian.
Well, yes, regarding the technical solution, the technical design and technology you have chosen, is it somewhere practically implemented or at least licensed?
Yes, the nearest boiling water reactor that you want to visit is in Olkiluoto 1 and 2, and in Forsmark there is 1, 2, 3. It is a boiling water reactor, 10th generation, so it is proven technology. Yes, I know that people want to say that, well, this particular design has not worked out. This boiling water reactor is exactly the dimensions that have worked out. So the innovation that there is about some safety systems, which also have been proven in earlier licensing. But the most innovation is around construction. Yeah, how to make it construction faster and simpler.
Well, I mean, technical design. Will you have to license it?
Yes, the licensing, the application to give construction permit has been submitted officially in Canada in October 2022. They have received early vendor design review phase 1 and 2 approval. And just yesterday, I think Polish, Agentstwo Państwo Atomne, they gave approval that Beaver X300 meets their safety requirements, like early kind of recognition. So in Canada, they will likely receive the license to construct by 2024. They are already starting site preparation on significant budget. We visited that with me and Martti, that site. And in Estonia, obviously, we need to go through licensing as well. But look, you are operating Canadian airplanes. I fly them all the time. But I don't think that Latvian regulator or authority, overviewed the electrical design or software design or the hydraulics of the airplane. So in Estonia too, the normal and logical and the historical process what was gone through in Spain, in Switzerland, and in Belgium, and even in France when they adopted American designs, was verification of the design basis. So it's different than what our Finnish friends are doing, and we are not capable of doing what Finnish friends do. So so there are some learnings that need to be done.
Okay. Well, the best question.
Yeah, so are you saying that there is no unified sort of licensing scheme or possibility so that, say, this reactor is approved in one country and then kind of...
Can happen, and Estonia already, I think this week, will sign with the early kind of a preliminary MOU with the Canadian regulator, that there is this process of mutual recognition of licensing basis, but still in each country, the regulator has the, let's say, not the primary responsibility of the safety is with the owner of the license, not with the regulator. But the regulator, yes, has independence of making sure that really the design is safe. So there is no mechanism right now to, let's say, automatically approve Canadian license, but it has to go by chapter. Martti Elsov is our head of the technology department, and he's responsible for licensing, so I would refer all questions to him. Okay.
Good, but during the coffee break, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
So, good. So
paldies.
Paldies, Aite. Labi, now we switch to Latvian. Oleg, jums tad mums likteņu upes Daugavas.
Okay, Oleg, you will tell about our river Daugava. Those three modern letters, SMR, would mean something for our main river of faith. It has helped us on electronic power, on everything. We are telling us that we can live forever or until our national hero will provide for everything. Maybe this is high time for Latvenergo not to pay the government, but to invest your money in future energy, as Saudi Arabia does. They earn from oil, but they invest in energy.
Thank you, Ansis. According to the law, Latvenergo is a public company, so our profits will go into the budget, so there is no option. So I have two presentations. One was in Latvian and this is in English, but I have no problems. So thank you very much to the colleague, to Kalev. He just left, but he said that Latvenergo is the partner of Estonian energy company. And yes, we are. In 2021, October, we was together with Fern Energia, we signed understanding protocol, and this cooperation is about doing the common research, and I will tell about it today. And also Fermi Energia, they expressed a more serious offer. I cannot speak about it. I'm not allowed to speak about it now because the decision hasn't been made about this offer proposal, but you can guess what I'm talking about, I guess. So this study I am referring to was done in 2022, and in this conference I would like to present the new calculations, and Caleb probably hasn't seen them. I sent them in the evening, but they are a bit different calculations in comparison with the ones we had last year. And the main question is about how these two things that we can see in these two images, how they can live together, be together, and together with the Latvian state forests. That there is calculated speculations that we are planning to build these wind power stations in the forest. And the second alternative, which is not alternative, but is a combined way, is to use the nuclear energy. So, referring to the International Energy Agency's data, they did some study how the energy systems would develop in the future. And this image is actually very similar for all European countries, that all countries are planning to rapidly develop wind and solar energy. That you can see on the left side, on the left image. But then you need also to analyze the image on the right side, how it will look in these daily regimes, 24 hours, when we know the demand. We also know the profile of solar energy. I also have solar panels at home, and the profile is like this. At night, they don't generate anything, but now the weather is very good during the day, and with purple color, you can also see the wind stations, and they depend on the speed of wind and also specific day and climatic situation. So one of the conclusions from this study is that this new situation that we might have in the market for the next 10, 15 years might challenge or reduce the demand for base load generation, but still there is a question about these peak hours and generation during these peak hours, and also balancing powers. And whether it is like this or not, we tried to answer, and we also proposed hypotheses in this study, in our research, and I would like to present our hypothesis. We simulated X hour, and we modeled the electric consumption of all three Baltic countries by hours, and then also we looked at the solar and wind power plants capacity. We also included in this balance small power modular nuclear reactors, so SMRs. And what we wanted to check to understand is how large surplus we will have from wind and solar generation. Would with existing infrastructure be sufficient to have to store this surplus? And already before carrying out this research, we understood that there could be problems with the current calculations. There could be some kind of limitations, curtailment in English. Imagine that in Latvia, during summer, during the midsummer, it's 700, 800 megawatts base load, and we are offered 3.5 thousand megawatts. And do you think Lithuania and Estonia wouldn't have the same power? Would we be able to sell anything to Estonians and Lithuanians? Definitely not. So what do we do with this surplus? electricity. And our company spend a lot of energy. I mean, this energy in research and innovations. We are spending a lot of energy thinking about hydrogen technologies. And one of the solutions we think is that this surplus electricity could be transformed into hydrogen. And we also spoke to the representatives of Connexus Baltic, and there is the Nordic-Baltic hydrogen corridor, because in the Baltics we don't see the demand, but rich Germans, they are prepared to pay something, and with pipelines we could transport it. But if we implement this kind of solution, it still doesn't solve a problem with demand during the time when there is no sun and no wind. In German, it's called Dunkelflaute. So this is during the night, no wind. So what do we do? So Kalev already showed that it could be not only for a couple of hours, but that would be for several days, like no wind and no sun. And during the coffee break, I could show also my graph. What happened with my solar panels? Because when there was snowing, it was snowing, they didn't generate anything. And during that week, this generating power, it was reduced by 4 or 5 times. So we need to have this energy anyways during this time as well. So therefore, there is a hypothesis that there is a suitable place for a nuclear power plant. Also in the taxonomy document of the European Union, nuclear energy and natural gas generation is mentioned as the transition technologies to total climate neutrality. And that was also included and taken into account in our calculations. So here I will speak about assumptions. We took a forecast for 2035, because we know that in 2032 we will already have the first block and maybe the second one, but here we are looking at 2035 by hours, and point of view of transmission system operators reports. Looking at Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, we looked at the demand forecast. And right now, in the Baltics, the demand is 25 terawatt-hours in 2035. It could be in minimum scenario 32. And in high demand forecast, 44 terawatt-hours. And now comes the most interesting question. So here we see the information from various sources. It is summarized about the possible generation of wind and solar power. Data that are published by the transmission system operators about the energy provided, also the connections provided and permissions to connect provided, Ignitis and Enefit, and also our companies, and how much wind and solar generators we are planning to implement. And one remark is that in 2035, the maximum load in January and February in the Baltic system could be this number, 7,500. So this is in a low demand scenario. In average medium scenario 2 times, almost 2 times as much, and in maximum scenario 3 times as much. And the question is how that would impact the load of the nuclear station. And also one remark, what Kalev already said. This calculation was done without their strategy. Their strategy is that they are planning to close the selling and purchasing electric energy with consumers. This is already done quite seriously in Estonia and also in Latvia. They are selling this electric energy to clients for a very nice price, and this could be a guarantee that this load wouldn't decrease. But here we looked that just from the point of view of the market. So how much could be generated? And before I speak about the results, one of the results you will see in the next slide, but we looked at the high demand forecast, and we discovered one thing. And the question is, would this transmission capacity of the interconnections be sufficient? And my answer would be no. If we look at these interconnections that exist now, maybe they will be expanded in 10 years, but it's about 1,000 megawatts between countries. But considering that the sun at the same time will be in Latvia, for example, Estonia, we cannot rely on it. So we can rely on interconnections outside Baltic states, Estlinks 1 and 2 in Finland, and we can also rely on Litpol connection to Poland. Very soon it's going to be 1,000 megawatts when the second chain will be added, and NordBalt to Sweden 7 megawatts, and Harmony Link, which is in planning stage. So all together is 3,400 megawatts. And the maximum in the maximum scenario of wind and solar energy generation, we can see in this slide. It shows possibilities of import or export by hours. And we can see that those flows are going to be so huge that this infrastructure don't allow it. And a new thing in our calculation is that we were trying also to integrate, because we see clearly that if electric grid cannot have so much energy, probably there will be a new hydrogen grid. And so we analyzed, according to the wind and solar development scenarios, we analyzed the scenarios and possible powers of electrolyzers in case of 1,000, 1,500 and 2,500 megawatts. And in order for you to compare, I was in West Alpine, steel company in Austria, within the High to Future project, and they launched a 6 megawatts electrolyzer, and it cost about 9 million euros. And this Mr. is looking at me, and it's because he said you are not allowed to take photos. But this is a company, Siemens electrolyzer, proton exchange membrane electrolyzer, 6 megawatts. And scenario is for us was 1,000, 1,500 and 2.5. And now let us go to the main result. So here we can see the total balance without electrolyzer and with electrolyzer. If we look at the moderate, and we have data about moderate and high scenarios. And what we were interested is how much load would be for the nuclear station. So, and this is about scenario 600 megawatts for SMR. And so I wanted to draw your attention that using electrolyzer can influence the situation that also the amounts of SMRs also increase. So here you can see in specific months, there should be megawatts, not gigawatt hours, but megawatt hours. And this is January 2035 in January. So black line, this is demand of electric energy. Orange line is nuclear energy. And we also in this scenario, we have included also oil shale, and so there is question when it's going to be finalized. But and then also we have yellow is solar, and the green is wind, and blue is hydro, and oil shale is this dark green or brown. And if we compare the image on the left with the image on the right, there is a difference in demand. Because we are simulating how would electrolyzer behave in the moment of surplus of wind and solar, that the hydrogen is manufactured. So during the wind, we see that the load is higher. Next, we analyzed April 2035 on the left side again without electrolyzer, and on the right side with electrolyzer. And here we see that the sun is shining in April, some sun, and also this is a time of floods. We get more hydro energy. On the right side, we can see that electrolyzer allows us not to cut, because in this scenario it's about 1,500 megawatts. Because if we wanted to consume all this surplus, maybe we needed to take more. But from the point of view of economics, then this electrolyzer wouldn't be loaded so well. And the most interesting is in July 2035, where it's obvious that there are a lot of periods when there is going to be sun. The sun is in the middle of the day, and there is a huge surplus. And we very well can see how electrolyzer works, that it takes these peak hours, peak production, generation, and transfers it into hydrogen. And that would help us to improve the workloads. And here we talk about these periods when there is this high sun and wind, and we can speak about storage and accumulating. And in October, there is a lot of wind, and you can see how it looks like. And before conclusions, I just wanted to show the results of the calculations. Kalev might protest and say that they already have signed the agreements of selling electric energy for larger amounts. But this is a theoretical assumptions based on the market without limitations. And I think we should look at this scenario in the middle, because I don't believe this high or low scenario. I believe this moderate scenario, because always the truth is somewhere in the middle. So if we look at the moderate demand forecasts and also moderate generation, and actually we had to change the numbers, because last year we received information about higher loads and powers, and we needed to change the numbers. And what we saw that without electrolyzer, it wouldn't work. We have nowhere where to sell this wind and solar energy. So there is a higher possibility that these calculations will be correct. And we get almost the same results we already discovered last year, talking about the nuclear stations and their load. It could be 70, 80%. And if we speak about specific production. So 6 megawatts with 4 terawatt hours and 1,200 auction says with 7.5 gigawatt hours. Maybe for Kalev, there were calculations are with higher numbers, but we were just trying to model how it would look like. And conclusions. The conclusions are that irrespectively of very rapid penetration of wind and solar energy into the market, we still believe that there will be a demand for baseload generation, also for our gas stations up to 2035 and even maybe a little bit later. And afterwards, a very important role could be played by the nuclear energy, and we also hope for cooperation. And also another conclusion is that this wind and solar energy surplus has to be transferred into hydrogen. Because the demand wouldn't be so high in certain hours. And it is also unlikely that those ambitious plans for the use of wind and solar energy can be implemented without the storage of this energy or conversion of electricity to hydrogen. Also, we have no doubts that wind and solar generation could reduce SMR load, but using electrolyzer capacities, we could have 70-80% load, and we also calculated the cost, how well these electrolyzers would pay back, but this is a secret. I cannot tell about this. So thank you very much for your attention. I a little bit exceeded my time, but this is all from me. Okay, thank you very much. And right now, I will give the preference to the guy from the internet who was asking what is this capex for electrolyzer. You will not say it. No. I said I don't want to talk about these economic indicators of nuclear energy project, but already spoke about 6 megawatts electrolyzer in Austria. 9 million euros. And 1,500 megawatts electrolyzer, we are talking 1.22 billion euros. But if you ask them how much money is planned to implement in solar and wind energy plan, those billions are much higher, much more there. And then also a question, you as a company, Latvenergo, have you considered the option during the moment when there is a surplus that you pump this water back? So during nights, you pump this water back so that it can again come down in the cascade. In some sense, we have this functionality in our existing hydropower stations. We have this water storage system that we regulate for a week or months or day. And we are looking at various opportunities how to generate hydrogen, or maybe, for example, rebuild existing hydroelectro stations into hydrogen generating station or accumulating station in Latvia. But in order to build this station in Latvia, the best place would be Daugavpils, together with Daugavpils hydroelectric station. So hydro accumulating station and also hydro power station, because there has to be one storage place in the upper part and lower part. Or also talking about offshores, Estonians are planning to build it, but we don't have such geological situation. We don't have rocks so close to the shore. Yes, you are researching these opportunities. This is an answer. I had a question about hydrolysis, where you spoke about the 6 megawatts. This is how much they would consume the electricity, but how many hydrogen they would generate. The ratio could be 60 to 70%. So the usefulness ratio. So it means from these 6 megawatts, 0.6, 0.7. So therefore, there is another solution like power to G or G to power. So wind and solar energy to hydrogen, and then hydrogen again into electric energy. And if we compare these ratios of usefulness, then 60% is electric energy into hydrogen and 50% turning back. So it gives us back about 30%, which is too low. So therefore, better the hydrogen is better to use for the industry or for the transport. And another question related to electrolysis. We saw these fluctuations of wind and solar energy, and they exceeded the consumption. So what are the forecasts about electrolysis factory? What would be the potential workload looking at capacity? Okay, I understand that we need to finish, but maybe later we can talk during the coffee break. But short answer is, if we want to use the wind and solar energy and to combine the load, which is 10-12% for solar stations, and for wind stations some 30, 35, 40. In the best case, it could be 30% of load. If it's about wind and solar energy, if we use also hydro energy, that would increase. But this workload wouldn't be too good. We saw also with this in the graphs. We can see your questions. I'm sorry, but we have a speaker who is connected to us. I don't know from where, but she will speak English, and the time is planned for her, and she also needs to go proceed. Yes, let us applaud.
Otrakārt, so we switch to English. So, ja jums gadienai vajadzīgi tulkojumu, tad reku uz palodas vēl var dabūt uz latviešu valodu. Ms. Leitz, it's a quite interesting name of founded, I even don't know, is it SME or foundation emergency reactor? And the big question is, should we be scared of nuclear energy? And you admit yourself that you were scared, like everyone probably, but not anymore. So how it comes? Why? Is it because of this new generation or of this small and modular solution to this? Hear you very well.
Excellent. Okay, so this is my story of how I changed my mind about nuclear energy. And you are correct, I used to be very, very afraid of nuclear energy. My name is Jan Leitz, I'm a science communicator in the UK, but I have a long history of activism. So I used to be involved with groups like Greenpeace, and I was a spokesperson for a really well-known group over here called Extinction Rebellion. And so I was surrounded by other people who were afraid of nuclear energy. So these are some pictures from some of my actions that I was involved in. And, you know, I did lots of different actions trying to help people to understand that climate change is a problem and that we need to fix, you know, air pollution and that people are dying unnecessarily from these things. And the wake-up call came for me on this picture at the bottom. So this is a very popular program in the UK called The Andrew Neil Show. And I was a spokesperson for this activist organization called Extinction Rebellion, and they asked me to come on the show and speak to Andrew about how we're going to fix the problems. And it was a very difficult interview because he asked me, okay, fine, we agree with you. We need to stop fossil fuels. What's your solution? And it was very awkward for me because I wanted to talk about things like nuclear energy, and I couldn't because as a spokesperson for the group, they don't support nuclear energy. So I actually quit the organization after this, but this interview made national news, it made international news, it had millions of views. So it really was a little bit of a shake-up in the world of environmental activism, which I'd been involved in for a really long time. So, you know, as you mentioned, it's not unusual for people to be afraid, especially of my generation, you know, and much older people. So for older people, they grew up with a fear of weapons, and, you know, there was a big movement against weapons, and people would think when they heard nuclear, just weapons. They wouldn't understand that there's a whole separate thing, which is energy. And I was one of those people. I was involved in these groups doing anti-nuclear actions because I was told by other people that you know, it's not safe, it will kill you, we don't need it, there will be three-eyed fish, you know, really ridiculous things. If you think about, I don't know if you have the show The Simpsons, but we all grew up watching The Simpsons, and in The Simpsons, yes, it's a comedy, but it really pushes the idea that nuclear energy isn't safe, nuclear workers are lazy, and the biggest, most evil person in the show, Mr. Burns, he runs the nuclear industry. So we grew up thinking things like industry is bad, even though none of us knew anybody in the industry. And actually, some people will say, oh, you know, a TV show can't have that much influence, but it really did. There's research into this where scientists have looked at public perception of nuclear, and it wasn't just that it was The Simpsons. There were lots of other programs that then repeated the same myth. There were lots of, you know, films like the China Syndrome, really scary, big media about nuclear energy. So we didn't question that we were scared because we were constantly shown why we should be scared. And this picture at the bottom shows me at an anti-nuclear protest. But what started happening for me is I I was doing some work in communicating with people about vaccinations and how it's important to vaccinate your children. You know, as you know, there's been a lot of misinformation about vaccinations as well. And I started to wonder, you know, about nuclear energy when people would challenge me and say that, you know, what you're afraid of, what are you afraid of? This isn't scientific. I started thinking, am I, you know, like the anti-vaccinators, but for nuclear? Is that what's happening here? So I started to question my views, but it was difficult when you're in these groups because they don't want you to question. And when I would question in green organizations like the UK Green Party I used to be a member of, and I'm not anymore, they would say, we don't talk about that. Nuclear's bad. And they still have that position here in Britain. But I didn't like that you weren't allowed to talk about it. So I left a lot of these groups behind and started doing my own research. Now, the other thing is, even once I started learning nuclear is fine, actually, we need it to stop climate change. They're good jobs. They often unionized jobs. You know, it's not an evil industry no more than other industries. The problem for me was still, as an environmentalist, that I thought, well, that doesn't mean we need it. Like, yes, it's fine, but why do we need it? We can just have renewables. And this is another lie that you're sold when you're in these groups. These people like me join these groups because we care about the planet, we care about people, we want to help to make things better, and we're told nuclear is bad, renewables will fix everything, so we don't need nuclear anyway. There's too many people. We're told all these things that aren't true, right? And so one thing that I believed was renewables will fix everything. We don't need anything else. And a lot of people still do believe this. Even people that are coming around to nuclear still believe this myth. And this is a myth about focusing instead on your individual carbon footprint. So this is what I did. I published this book, had this book published about the scientific ways to live with a low carbon footprint and to raise a family and still use less energy. But I've realized over time that that also is a lie, that actually, even if we all reduce what we use, it hardly makes a dent on global CO2 emissions. Secondly, most of us are already making these changes. You know, we are trying to use the lights less. Obviously, there's an energy crisis, so it's expensive anyway to leave lights on unnecessarily. So it's kind of a lie to make out that it's our fault, that it's just the individual's fault. Really, what I started to realize is the problem isn't how much energy we use. This is a lie that we've been told for a long time. The problem is where the energy comes from. So if the energy is clean, then we can use as much as we want. This is not a bad thing. So I, again, changed my mind. I went from someone saying we all should use less, that, you know, this is bad, too much energy is bad. Actually, energy is good so long as it's from clean sources. So, you know, nuclear energy, hydropower, these things. And what changed my mind really was reading up on this Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has some of the top climate scientists in the world working on the research that tells us climate change is real, we need to act on it. They also tell us in the same reports that there are solutions, but the climate activists only talk about the problems and how bad everything is, and they never talk about the solutions, which are in the same report. So this is from the IPCC 2018 Global Warming 1.5 report. So it's all available to see online. And it has this section on how do we decarbonize, and there is no way to decarbonize without nuclear energy. So this is the international scientific consensus. This is the same as, you know, when you have a vaccine or take any medication, there's a scientific consensus that it's safe and you can use that. This is the same for nuclear energy. Now, there are 4 different pathways in this data. So there are 4 different models for how much nuclear you need versus how much renewables, but there is no scenario where you can do it without nuclear. It has to be a combination of both. This is you know, not up for debate. That report has a 99% consensus, which is a really high number in science amongst scientists. And that 99% that say climate change is a problem are also saying, and here's the solution. So we should listen to this. So this is the other piece of data that I find really convincing that I like to show people. You have to look at all the energy sources in context. This is something I didn't used to do. I knew that we needed to get off of fossil fuels. I was very actively campaigning against fossil fuels, but I wasn't thinking about how to replace them, because I'd been told renewables will be enough. Now, we've seen already in the previous presentation why renewables won't be enough. First of all, you can build as many solar panels and wind turbines as you want. You can have as many wind farms and solar farms as you want, but you can't make it more windy and you can't make it more sunny. That will not increase. And even in some countries where they have a lot of sun, like Australia, they still only have about 40% that they can get from solar energy, whereas in Britain it's actually 11%. That's, it's just not a very sunny country, and that's fine. We can have that. We can use solar power, but we need to be realistic about where the 90% comes from. And we don't have very much hydropower here. We're not geographically suited for that. Some countries are. Sweden, Norway have been able to use a lot of hydropower, but even they still use nuclear energy as well. So we can't do it without nuclear energy. And this is the main argument, really. What's safer? There's a myth that nuclear energy is the least safe, and actually you'll find it's even safer than wind and solar. And this chart is on our World in Data website. This is Oxford University data, so anybody can go and look it up. And it's always a good one to share with people to get them thinking about energy sources, because it puts it in the context of comparing to fossil fuels, which is what we should do. And I think it's a little bit problematic as well now that people fight for renewables fighting nuclear. This should not be the argument. It's just clean energy and fossil fuels. We need to get rid of the fossil fuels. This is the outcome of not getting rid of fossil fuels. So many people die, just from air pollution alone from fossil fuels. Millions, at least 8 million people die a year, and these are unnecessary deaths. These are preventable deaths because we have clean energy options that we can build, and we have case studies to show where it works, which I'll get onto in a minute. So just quickly, waste was something that, this was the main reason I was afraid of nuclear energy, because I was told the waste is so toxic, it stays toxic forever, it harms you. And I was also told that power plants were polluting, which is of course a complete lie, because the cooling towers only emit water vapor. They're not the same as coal-fired power plant cooling towers, which are polluting. But the other thing that we really need to think about is air pollution, as I mentioned. And I have said this to a lot of environmentalists, that they are always talking about climate change, but air pollution right now is killing millions of people. And this is entirely preventable. We should talk about it, and we should be honest that actually, even if climate change wasn't happening, we still need nuclear energy because of all these deaths from air pollution. And you can just find this out easily. You can ask the people that live near the coal-fired power stations who have, really terrible health issues. They have cancers, they have respiratory issues, they have high rates of asthma among small children. It's really dirty. Fossil fuels are really dirty, and coal specifically, which we should just completely move away from coal. Some countries might need some, and some other transitional technologies. I understand that, but the goal should be to getting, to clean air and a healthy planet. And I like to remind people of this because they often don't think about. They think about the planet because they think about climate change, so they think about the environment and animals, but we need to think about people too. And it's people that are most being impacted by fossil fuels in a bad way at the moment, as the previous chart showed. So here's the case study. Sometimes people say to me, well, where has been able to do this in the world? Well, let me tell you something. Nowhere in the world has been able to decarbonize without nuclear or hydropower. Nobody has been able to do it with just renewables. Nobody has been able to do it with just wind and solar. No large industrial grid in the world has managed that. This is an experiment, right? Trying to do that is an experiment. You're putting lots of money into wishful thinking. Here's a case study where somewhere did do it with nuclear. France decarbonized using nuclear energy in the 1970s and 80s. They built over 50 reactors. This was because of an oil crisis. This was not anything to do with climate change. It was similar to now. There was an energy crisis. They built all these reactors in under 12 years, and they have had a low carbon energy mix ever since. So for decades, France has had about 70% clean energy. And this is what all of the rest of the world is trying to achieve. But unfortunately, a lot of countries are trying to do it by betting on an experiment, which I think is dangerous and will end up just costing more money, which has happened in Germany. So this demonstrates my point about the the countries in the world that have been able to decarbonize. It's very clear how they've been able to do this. You know, it's very hard to argue with this data when people say, but we can just build more renewables, we build more batteries. You can do that, but it will never be able to meet all our energy needs, not unless technology drastically changes. Some people say it will change, but I heard that 15 years ago when I was promoting renewables, and I think we don't have another 15 years to wait. So the tide is changing a lot now. One of the things I helped to do in the UK, where our government was not pro-nuclear at the time, was a lot of activism. So I have this group called Emergency Reactor. We're a climate activist group, and we do these pro-nuclear actions. So we have statements like this image where I'm sitting in a park. This is based on a meme, which I don't know if you know this meme, but it's very popular over here, where you put a strong statement in this image, and then it says, change my mind. So we did these actual events in really busy areas in big cities in England, in London, Bristol, and we had hundreds of people coming over asking us, you know, is this true? Why are you saying this about nuclear energy? We had really good conversations, and we started getting you know, articles in the newspapers and talking to editors about nuclear energy saying, do you know that you don't report it very fairly? We helped to change things, and the polls showed that all of these actions helped to shift people more in favor of nuclear energy. And suddenly then the government said, we want to build more nuclear, actually. And the opposition here is also pro-nuclear. So left and right here is broadly pro-nuclear. It's only the Green Party, which doesn't really have very much power. They lobby against it still. So on the other image, this was at COP26 in Glasgow, where we staged a wedding between nuclear and renewables. This was just a fun theatrical piece, but again, it was used in documentaries. It received some media attention, and then this was the guy with the black hat was cold, trying to break up the wedding. It was just a fun way of demonstrating the issues, and you know, people were filming it and asking questions. It's very good public engagement. So what it comes down to really is, you know, who do you believe? People like to believe in fantasies. I understand that, but we should leave that in the realm of fantasy. We should leave that in the realm of fiction. When we make real world decisions, we have to look at scientific bodies like the IPCC and Our World in Data and WHO, and not listen to activists, actually, and people who are misinforming us because they don't understand the scientific consensus around many issues, not just nuclear energy. This is not just about nuclear energy. You know, the misinformation is everywhere about all different issues. So just to conclude, I often talk about energy usage and how we need to actually make sure we can meet our energy needs going forward. So this, although the perspective around nuclear energy is changing, more people are starting to understand that renewables can't do it alone, unless you're in a country where you have a lot of hydropower, but even then you need some nuclear. But one thing that still needs tackling is it's not about stopping people from being afraid of nuclear energy anymore, I think. I think now it's about stopping people from being afraid of abundance and living with more, because we have so many people who feel guilty now about their lifestyles. People feel guilty about using energy. And actually, I always say this thing, energy is life. We would still be in poverty if we didn't burn a lot of fossil fuels. So yes, we now need to stop using fossil fuels. We know that they have had some negative impacts, but we did need them at the time. We needed to stop living in poverty, which for most of human history was normal. We did live hand to mouth, and it was a very difficult situation. And there's still billions of people in the world who live like this, and they are not just poor, they're energy poor. So they don't have access to energy. This means they don't have lighting, they don't have education, because there's no lighting for schooling, there's no lighting on the streets after dark. You know, they don't have hospitals need a lot of energy to run equipment. You need energy to have a fridge in a hospital that keeps vaccines at a certain temperature so that they work. It is absolutely life. Everything in life is built using energy. So I often like to tell this quick story, which is the story of fire, right? Fire was one of our first technologies that humankind started to use. And, you know, imagine when things were on fire, early humans would first gather the fire and try and use it because they didn't know yet how to make it themselves. Now imagine sometimes they would get burned, sometimes there would be problems. And there must have been early humans who said, no, don't touch it, it's dangerous. But the ones that overcame that fear and they realized this could have good applications, and then they went on to pioneer those applications. That's the reason we're here today. So those applications were things like creating a hearth. So people would sit around a fire, they'd be protected from predators because of the fire, they'd be protected from flies biting them, they would have some light because of the fire. And linguists think this is how we develop language, was sitting around the fire and encourage people to develop language. And we also were able to cook meat. So instead of just relying on being able to occasionally hunt and find food, we could now preserve those calories by cooking over fire. And that physically made our brains grow bigger, because we could now have calorie-rich food, and because it was preserved, we could have it every day. We didn't have to wait until an animal was caught. So this, our brains grew so big actually that it became more difficult for women to give birth. This is the true history of humankind that I think we've forgotten. Imagine if we'd listened to the people that said, we don't want fire, it's dangerous. And yes, it can be dangerous, absolutely. But we have found ways of harnessing it with minimal risk to people, right? We have benefited significantly through the use of fire. Then we moved on to coal, wood, coal, gas, oil, and now the next transition, we need a fire 2.0. We need the next step, but it needs to not be polluting. That's the difference. And that is nuclear energy. The atom, this is fire 2.0. And we still have people saying we don't want to use it, but we don't know the applications of where it will lead us. If we really invest in a high energy future, I'm not talking about just having enough to put your lights on. I'm talking about scientific developments that we could achieve if we had a lot of energy, then we could have an incredible future without destroying the planet. And this is what we should be aiming for. We should be aiming for lifting people out of poverty, protecting the planet, and also the advancement of science and technology, because without that, we go back to living like early humans, essentially in the dark. So thank you, and I will take any questions.
Well, thank you. There is a big round of applause going to you. The very quick question from the online audience, and then from you, Oleg. The big issue you didn't touch yet is what to do with, let's say, new challenges or new approaches by, let's say, Putin, threatening the world that he will blow it up anyway. And yes, the peaceful manner you are referring to, and all the needs are nice until one crazy guy comes in power with a gun. And you know what exactly today happens in Zaporizhia, in the largest reactor in this continent. Nevertheless, you are not fully in the continent, right? You're on an island.
I'm in the UK, near Ireland.
Well, good for you, but well, it's not so good for us.
So okay, this is a valid point, and I'm going to quote the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, because I was at a conference recently and he has been to Zaporizhia, and he said the problem is not nuclear energy, the problem is war. Now, what happens if we enter this period of expensive electricity? It's difficult for people to live. We are not in an energy abundant time. We are rationing energy. We are struggling to pay bills across much of Europe. This is when you have more conflict. Right? Equally, if you don't, and we're seeing that conflict now between different countries because everybody wants energy and we need to share and we want it for ourselves. As well, with the onset of climate change and the challenges that will bring to things like food security and weather extremes, this also threatens our security. And really, we should think about how to reduce that conflict. Now, the argument is still to create an energy abundant future. The other thing I would say is there's a lot of fear around Zaporizhia, even though nothing bad has happened. Now, I understand there are legacy fears because of what has happened in the past. I understand that with Chernobyl, Fukushima, but these are very different. I mean, we don't want to get into everything here, but there was very different scenarios. There was a RMBK reactor at Chernobyl. These, these aren't built anymore. The ones that exist have been upgraded, so they're safer. Fukushima, no one actually died from the nuclear meltdown. A lot of people were unnecessarily evacuated. There's a lot to cover here to say that Zaporizhzhia is not, at risk of exploding. Like, it can't explode. Yes, you could blow it up, but then he could blow anything up. I mean, they have weapons, no? They have nuclear weapons. And I often say that actually a lot of countries, if you look at how many countries have weapons and how many have energy, often countries will choose one or the other. Some do have both, but often they'll choose one or the other because it's expensive, right? And if you're going to have a nuclear program and put lots of money into that, a lot of countries like North and South Korea, one has weapons, a lot of weapons, and one has energy. So this is the peaceful application that we should be promoting. We shouldn't be afraid of scenarios. Like, I understand that it's a scary situation. War in general is scary, and I understand, like you say, you're closer to that in a way. But we haven't seen any of these threats play out yet. The bigger threat, I think, is that those weapons exist and they could be used anywhere. And they could be used here, right? They could be used here.
And may I use my opportunity now to say thank you to the British government, actually, in the same time, who were the first runners and gave, I think, second largest portion of support to Ukraine. Oleg, your question.
Yeah. First of all, I am really impressed by your presentation. Frankly, because so logically thinking green activist I never saw. But to my students, when I talk about nuclear energy, I imagine that 1 kilogram of uranium is equivalent of 15 tons of coal and maybe 30 tons of wood chips or wood fuel. So imagine how concentrated this energy source. And in addition to this, it's almost, as we take a life cycle CO2 emissions, it's very close to wind and solar. But my question is about the other thing. How in Germany, for example, the country which is very green thinking, how they come to the situation when they shut down all the nuclear power plants, rely so much on natural gas. And when both Nord Stream war exploded, they, instead of producing electricity more on nuclear units, they started to operate coal-fired power plants. And over the border, we have a France, where we have all the nuclear production. How can you explain? Of course, I know the answer, but...
Yeah, so first of all, energy density is a very important argument, and that is something I talk to people about, especially when they're concerned about mining, because actually, in the life cycle assessment, nuclear uses so few materials. But yeah, it's very sad to see what happened in Germany. And I have been there, I've been in the news there, I've been in a German documentary on ARD talking about these issues, trying to appeal really to the politicians that have carried out these decisions. I understand that Angela Merkel, when she was Chancellor, made these decisions, but there was an opportunity for the new Chancellor, for Olaf Scholz, to undo that, but he compromised because they were supposed to complete their phase out much sooner than they did, so last year he extended the reactors until this April. But, this is baffling as to why you wouldn't just continue to extend them, especially when you're in an energy crisis. And you're correct, they're mining villages, clearing villages and mining them for lignite coal, which is the dirtiest coal. It's terrible. You see all the activists protesting it. And I have to say, I just wonder, did all those activists also protest the nuclear power plants? Because they phased them all out and they sent all the workers home. I mean, where will those workers go now? I suppose they will go to France, because where else will they get jobs? I mean, this is really a country in decline, frankly. And I think we're already seeing it, because Germany's always been known for its industry, and so many manufacturers are now shutting down because the energy is so expensive, and because, again, they've had to ration energy. Yeah, okay, they will make up for that with coal, but a lot of these companies that care about climate standards are for the first time realizing this country is not as green as we thought. They have done a lot of good things with transport, with trains, in other areas. They failed on the most important thing, and that was purely a case of ideology, just fear of nuclear energy, when they should be afraid of coal. But, I've had conversations with people there, and the sad thing to me is, the German public has really shifted. Just in the last couple of years, the polls show most people now are for nuclear energy, but the government didn't listen to them. So unfortunately, this was also a failure for democracy. They didn't keep the reactors open, and well, we'll see what happens now. But their emissions are 6-7 times of France's just day to day, which is shocking, really.
Well, the future will show us many things, I think. Now, thank you very much. There is a big round of applause for you again. You gave us a lot of food for thoughts, but we will not share real food with you, unfortunately. You are too far away. We will have, and thanks a lot. So I switched to Latvian back. Atvainojos, es citreiz jāpārslēdzās. Labu apetīti, kafiju tepat ārā. Pēc 20 minūtēm sauc jūs atpakaļ. Kolēģi, esam atpakaļ. Atgādinu tiem, kuri varbūt tikai otrajā daļā pieslēdzās.
So, colleagues, we are back. And to those who have connected to us only in the second part, we actually are much more practical in comparison with the previous year. And we are getting more and more answers. And this year, resuming and organizing the conference, we understood that the conference is actually in the week when something also happened in the political arena. And our Mr. Kulbergs, who is in the Parliament, in the Environment, Climate and Energy Subcommittee, and I heard that you had a great meeting with the candidates for the president, and unfortunately I wasn't able to participate. But what about Latvian solutions to the SMR? Is it so serious that we can talk about Latvia, or do we need to think about the Baltics or our districts? Because it is quite serious, because we have our big river, the Daugava, and it solves everything, but there are also other views. So what do you mean? You have created a cooperation memorandum on Latvia's energy strategy. It might seem that never before something like that had happened, but what is the aim of this memorandum? Yes, you said correctly that this week we discussed this fundamental question. This energy issue was raised at the top levels, and it was the main goal. It was set as a priority for our parliament, and I believe that Monday's meeting was very interesting. I am not in the field of energy. I am not an expert, but I was happy to work together with colleagues from the Climate Energy Subcommittee. And there was a huge interest from all the sides, and also international guests and so on. But the main thing is that after this conference, we was able to make a conclusion that we lack long-term strategy and vision for energy. Yes, we have the National Climate and Energy Plan, but this is a plan. A plan comes after the strategy and the vision, but we don't have a vision and the strategy. And also we concluded that the energy is binding. It is important for all of us, and 20% of our inflation was caused by the energy. So it was with some consumption goods, 50% and so on, and each of us actually felt it. We lost our ability to compete and also salaries, and there would be long-term effects also on our future. So energy is very important for us to be able to move forward, to attract investment, and to be competitive in comparison with our neighbors. And therefore, we organized this conference, and conclusions that are close to today's conference. We had quite a lot of conclusions, but in detail, first of all, It is clear that the Baltic region, and it is proved by numbers, looking at the reserved powers the developers have applied, that in all 3 Baltic states we will have the surplus of energy, and it is unclear about consumption because we are creating it very flat. Because, for example, Sweden is planning to double in 2040, and also Lithuania, 30-40% increase. But looking at our projects, this open power is 3.2 gigawatts, and part of them have not paid yet. 60 days of reservation we have, and so it shows that the wish to build this capacity with renewables, and 82% is solar projects, and we will have too many of them in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And there will be question what to do with this energy, and is it wise that consumers are paying for this transmission and also for distribution? Actually, we are paying, but later it will be Germany or Sweden who will receive it. And next is also about this green corridor. Do we continue that the state public companies are investing and so on? There are a lot of things, a lot of questions that has to be answered strategically. The national, the country, the public sector has to invest in the areas where the private capital cannot solve the issue. And I believe that nuclear energy topic hasn't been left only in the hands of the private companies. This is a national decision. This is a regional decision. And what we understood that Latvia cannot be somehow separated from all this. The Baltics have to think about it all together. And if we think about the SMR, about nuclear plants, the modern ones, we need to think about them in the context of the Baltic states. We don't separate that we, Latvia, we are separately, and then Lithuania, they have their own way, and Estonia as well. But no, there has to be a cooperation, and this is a security issue. And the ambassador of the US also presented, and he showed that we lack this strategy. Investors, local and international, they are unclear about our region. American investors are prepared to enter this market. So we are speaking about serious investment, but he showed that the Baltics, in order to become attractive, there has to be solved issues related to energy security, and also SMR could be one of the ways, because if we look at these all the reserves and the reservations that are made, there is for solar energy certain amount, for wind energy, and then we have this free capacity. And if we look at these modular stations, then we can see that actually the results they are getting are much better, and this is what we have to look at. And also, if we receive investment, we would also increase our security, because investment has to be protected, and so it means that there is intercontinental or Atlantic cooperation strengthening. And so all these issues have to be discussed, have to be looked at. This is a serious, because our future and our children's future depend on this, and also the future of economy of Latvia depends on it. Therefore, we have to consider seriously where we invest, where do we put it, because investment and financing issue was something unclear. And this funding is something that we would borrow. It's one shot, so it's not going to be 10 of them. So we don't have so much resources, and we have to understand clearly how to separate where is the private capital, where is the national capital. Our national capacity and looking at this perspective, at this development, where we see our neighbors are moving to. This is something that one country alone cannot do. So we have to look at, and we have to also look at this cooperation and also synergy between private and public capital. And I believe that this conference wasn't just empty and nice words. It was very serious, and first of all, we signed the memorandum of cooperation, which was between all the parliamentary groups, because this issue was raised at the parliamentary level. And personally, and also others stated it, that we are not talking about 5 years, we are talking about 20 or 30 years. And therefore, we also invited the candidates for president's post to discuss about it, because it also has to be discussed at the presidential level. They are the ones who are gonna be look after how this strategy is implemented to take care that this is a long term strategy. And in this memorandum, it is clearly stated that there has to be a strategy, and there has to be a debates and discussions and at our parliament, because this is the responsibility of our parliament, not only one ministry or public officials. It has to be raised higher. So therefore, there will be specific activities, specific also topics discussed, and this is something we discussed. I could speak more and more, but you could also look at the video recording. It wasn't a closed meeting. It is available on the Facebook, and also it is very important because all the energy professionals and the top players and stakeholders were involved. Yes, you can applaud. It sounds very good. When politicians they do something good, you can applaud. But is there any questions? I was listening to Andres, and I was thinking that we have foreign policy debates 26th of January, because it is the Jure Recognition Day for Latvia, and so you are going to organize an annual conference. Yes, debates, the same type of foreign debates. There will be energy debates. So it means the questions have to be very, very specific. Will Latvia build a SMR, or would renew Visagina project together with the Baltics and Poland? So you are going to be the ones who would decide things which usually are not decided at the level of public officials. For many years, we have this indecisiveness at this public official level. Right now, we see that this wind and solar energy stands out, is so much highlighted, a lot of attention is drawn to it, and of course also funding. But it is raised very high on the agenda in the Baltic states. But we know that this is so fluctuating, and somebody has to balance. Latvia has good opportunities of balancing what we have with what we already have, and we can become the main balancing party in the region with our hydropower. Estonia, by 2030, they have to give up on their oil shale, and also for Lithuania. There is not so much balancing power, and then we have to try to understand. So, what role Latvia is playing? If we talk about the nuclear power plants, it's still we are in the very initial stages. Not only about funding, but also the legislation issues. There are a lot of things that has to be decided. We don't have this history. We don't have this experience. It's not going to happen within 1 year. We have to prepare very quickly. The state secretary was here. And in the second slide, she showed that actually she has to prepare this strategy. So already 3 days after this debate, she is including this in her presentation. So this is great. Yes, we have a question.
We in Estonia had parliament elections in March, and we have the prime minister continues, and she is supportive of nuclear energy option. And in the new parliament, we also have a support group for nuclear energy. And physicist Mario Kadastik is leading that. I really highly recommend to contact with him, and he's most aware of what the official nuclear energy working group is doing, and also coordinating the political discussion in Estonia around the nuclear energy. So I think he would be a great partner for you to learn what the politicians are thinking and doing in Estonia. Thank you.
That's a great point, and I think it's inevitable. We have to work together. It cannot be just Estonia or just Latvia. One very interesting aspect, what we discussed on Monday, was we have to think about the people. We have to think about demographics and what kind of economy we're going to have after 30 years. Will we be capable of continuing supporting these investments? Are these investments sustainable? So these aspects also are highly political and have to be taken into account. That's why one country most probably will not be capable of keeping it all, so we have to cooperate together. I think the pan-Baltic matter is very, very important political.
Agris Sauls, Latvijas Universitāte. Mans jautājums ir tāds.
University of Latvia. So my question is that in your presentation, you were telling that it would be good to have the nuclear energy for the region and also for our country. New technologies say that nuclear reactors can be built within 3 years or 4 years. It's not a long time. But the competences to prepare for the country, to prepare the legislation, regulations, to have experts, specialists, employees, it takes 3 times more time. So the question is, when do we start? When do we start preparing and doing all these other things? Yes, I totally agree that construction works take shorter time, and this is technically possible. The most difficult is the second part, the maintenance, scientists, experts, specialists whom we don't have. We have to train to teach them. It's not possible to do it within 1 day in Latvia. There is also needed some internship in the foreign countries, and we cannot wait for 20 years. But first of all, this is a political decision. It has to be, and it has to be a part of the strategy. And if we have it, then we will also have further actions and also further activities. But what Mr. Auce said, that in the strategy there has to be also subchapter about other things. Yes, you will have it? Okay, good. I am not saying we will have it. So yes or no? I would recommend you to do everything possible so we have this subchapter. So make this pressure, put this pressure. Okay, we know how to do it. Okay, thank you very much.
Leimaņkungs, esat gatavs? Vai ne? Citreiz dzīvē ir jābūt gatavam jebkam. Galu galā Rail Baltica nedrīkst kavēties, vai ne? Rail Balticai jābūt laikā. Leimaņkungs pārstāv šo nenormāli slaveno un nenormāli svarīgo uzņēmumu, kuru mēs katru dienu jūtam. Kamēr jūs būvējat, mēs stāvam dažreiz pārāk ilgi. Bet tas nav pārmetums, tikai faktu konstatācija. Ir lietas, kuras nestāvēs, tad, kad šis lielākais 100 gadus projekts rullēs un dūks un rūks, cerams, peldēs kā mākonīts ar elektrību, vai ne, un tā. Bet tas lielais jautājums ir, protams, par pieprasījumu. Vai tam visam būs šis izaicinājums, vai jūs savā ziņā tas biedē, ka Rail Baltica ir kaut kāds arī apdraudējums viņas operēšanas laikā vai būvniecības laikā, dēļ tā, ka mēs te lūk nevaram kaut ko izlemt, kaut ko sabalansēt starp valstīm. Cik lielā mērā vispār mēs varam cerēt, ka Rail Baltica, līdzīgi kā kosmosa apgūšana 60. gados, esot...
Sorry, now the next presentation is on, and we are going to talk about Rail Baltic, the biggest project in the Baltic region, infrastructure project in the last 100 years. Thank you very much for your invitation, invitation to participate. I believe that this is international presentation. The presentation might be in English, but I will speak in Latvian. I wanted to answer some questions. The topic was announced in a very great length. We cannot talk about it in 15 minutes. That's why I'm going to talk about some topical issues for you to understand where the project is at the moment, what is also the technical point as to energy consumption when this new technology is really launched. Majority of you are informed that Rail Baltica is a new infrastructure that is European gauge electrified railroad, the wide or not narrow gauge railroad. Mostly it is financed 80-85% by EU, and the rest is national co-financing from all three countries. This is political will to create such an infrastructure and to connect the Baltics with Europe. This connection will happen on the border of Lithuania and Poland, and the Polish railroad have done also a lot in order to raise their infrastructure to the same level for the crossing of border to become seamless. May there be legal as well as technical as tariff seamlessness. For those borders to be almost non-existent. I have to say that this is indeed the biggest infrastructure project that is being built. We can see many things already now in life, but we will also see great many things later. Let us have a look at the map. It is TEN-T corridor. Now you can see all of them, but what we are interested in, North Sea Baltics TEN-T corridor, or where Rail Baltica is located. And the second one that is being discussed and will be reconfirmed until the end of the year, that it will be a part of the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, and again Sea TEN-T corridor. It is connected with also the geopolitical situation when Ukraine is being attached to our corridors, and Rail Baltica has a very significant part to play, because now there is no technical connection kind of trespassing Russia or Belarus. So this would allow to empower this new corridor in full. Why it is good from allocating finances? If we can show our significance also in the direction of Ukraine, it might mean that the further financial allocations will be there. You can see the technical capacity, 870 kilometers. Let us try to understand what it is, 870 kilometers. Very often in media there are people saying that there are congestions in the center of Riga, but imagine 870 kilometers. All good things come with some problems or some shortcomings in infrastructure, but there are hundreds of bridges and rivers to cross, to bypasses to build. We can see Riga, Tallinn, Pärnu, Riga, Paņeveži, Kaunas. This is indeed a mega project. All of it, this is based on the double gauge, on the wide gauge. Everywhere there will be no one track parts. Also, high-level signalization systems that will be very safe or safer, because those will be high-speed trains up to 250 kilometers per hour with passengers for passenger trains and 120 kilometers per hour for freight trains. This is really high-tech and very, very expensive project. You understand, building actually the tracks, it's one thing, but control command system is state-of-the-art in itself. Something new for this region. Within this framework of this infrastructure, what we are doing and how we are doing. Why? Because transport industry, actually there is no north-south infrastructure. There is only road transportation. East-west, it has some development, but not to the north. In order to reach climate goals, new climate goals, this corridor is going to be very useful, as well as safety. If we can transpass a lot of freight trains, then it is really good. We know that passengers are as many as we are, and our demographic trends are not going to change within the next decades, but it's really meant for freight transportation. How we are doing that? Higher standards, higher quality for all kinds of systems that are implemented now and later on when maintaining this infrastructure, as well as we have to ensure that we use this infrastructure, that this social economic gains can be felt by everyone, that this is not just a line in the budget, but that this is an investment. Speaking about climate neutrality, safe and safety interoperability of high-speed trains are very important. All those minutes and hours are possible only when the infrastructure is there and it's efficient. That means that we cannot come up with steeps and drops, because all of them cost time and money, because high-speed trains, every braking, every start, every inclination costs money, meaning that many municipalities and NGOs come up with suggestions how to make the track for the benefit of the inhabitants. But we do understand that these benefits for inhabitants have to be balanced with requirements and with overall goal. And I didn't mention that the last point is, of course, dual use of the infrastructure. One, it's for national economy, and the second one is for military use, because Ukraine situation proves that that railroad traffic is very important for military goods, and all the infrastructure is being built for military goods to transport. It has to be loaded, offloaded. It has to follow also lots of safety regulations, etc. Thinking about the technical progress of the project, for the moment, the big phases are the following: all kinds of environmental studies, as well as design works and planning have been concluded. Now we are more in the design phase. It is very heavy because 870 kilometers are required. 640 are at the moment designed. Not every design can be made now, because impact on the environment should be assessed. Our suppliers are very experienced, although they have never worked in the Baltic region. What they have to do. So everywhere there is a delay. When we think about delay in media, every provider is with delays. We cannot say that we chose some good ones and some not so good. Unfortunately, our situation proves delay in everything. Speaking about construction process, many objects have already started being constructed in Riga, as well as in Estonia. Smaller individual projects has started now in Lithuania. The longest bridge over Neris river has been started. The next one will be systems, electrification and signalization systems. I will talk about that later, about signalization. We have a procurement at the moment ongoing. That's a project or a procurement worth of billions that will soon be over the procurement phase. And speaking about terms, the question, as always, when it will be finished, when we will be able to take this train. So the date is 2030, the year 2030, and it's technically sound. Previous plans were kind of too optimistic, not based on real possibilities. But those plans were made many years ago, but our understanding and reality has changed, and 2030 is the date where we will stick to. The biggest supporters and providers from Europe are the following. I wanted to say that to work with global suppliers, it's good for local people, because we will be able to gather know-how that we will be able to export. What we've noticed that Spanish, German, Italian companies that we use have been public companies beforehand, and they have developed their own infrastructure. And decades after, they can use this capacity for gaining profit and for working independently. These are strategic goals that we looked at. So speaking about energy area, energy efficiency, first to reach climate neutrality, or also maintenance. Construction is very good, but operation and maintenance within the next decades are very important. We always look at the future perspective and to maintainability as such, without any additional investments, and for the energy to have optimum solutions. In the railway, similar to aviation, there are constant novelties, the constant improvements. These are the biggest suppliers for you to understand who they are. All the research is being done by an engineer consortium from Italian, Spanish, and German enterprises. They are the leaders of the industry. We tried not to invent the wheel for ourselves. Speaking about energy consumption, the potential energy consumption, Andris already talked about it, that we don't see where there is increase in demand. This is a survey showing that in the Baltics, 3.5% will grow the increase of consumption due to this railway line, for passenger mobility, for infrastructure, for everything. I will leave it up to you to evaluate whether this increase is good or bad. I believe that those who produce energy, they will like the increase in demand, but these assumptions are made on based on the facts of 2017 and then forecast for 2015. So that doesn't mean that in 2030 this increase in consumption will materialize, but I believe in the future from 2030 upwards, this increase will prominate. Also during construction process, there will be a consumption increase. Also, I wanted to show material-wise how this energy will, what it will impact. Within the framework of Green Deal, the aim of this infrastructure is to be climate neutral as much as possible. We have to build this infrastructure as efficient for it to be good in the future, not only in the short term, but we have to say that while we are building the infrastructure, we cannot forecast all the energy sources for the future. That lies within your competency to use nuclear energy or anything else. But this infrastructure has to be very efficient. My time is up, and I will be ready to answer to your questions. Most probably there will be questions, but for the moment, speaking about in your signal language, yellow is a warning signal. I am not a rail operator, so you will have to answer in a simplified way. This discussion is still ongoing, where there are still some discussions or approaches amongst geopolitical interests between all the sister countries. How would you describe your safety and security that everything is going to work? In the past, it was yellow. Now it is green. You cannot imagine what a great progress has been made. All three sisters can cooperate very well, and not only those three sisters, also we have observers from Finland who are constantly monitoring, because Finland is one freight client for freight. Yesterday I met the ambassadors of northern countries. They were very, very satisfied. Speaking about Poland, because freights cannot go from one Baltic country to another, or from northern countries to the Baltics, but also to Poland. Now about electricity in the project. Is it also all in green, or does it flash yellow? What I wanted to draw your attention to, of course, in the beginning, when countries started talking about this project, they had different vision. For example, Lithuanian railway was the partner from the very beginning, and for them everything was clear, all systems, and they were working. So they wanted initially to adapt it to the old systems, but Estonia and Latvia wanted for unification of the corridor and for systems to be unified in all three countries. That's why procurement for energy and for signalization are unified or united in all three Baltic countries that will be with the same supplier. So now we will call a colleague from Estonia who is going to say that their energy is going to be cheaper than your energy. But are they going to supply energy all through all the Baltic countries up to Warsaw? No, there most probably will be substations, and the line is going to be supplied by each country where the railway goes through. There will be managers of the infrastructure. Maybe there will be one or three each and every country, and operators. Operators. For example, you know, Deutsche Bahn. If Deutsche Bahn chooses to take its rolling stock to our roads, to our rail, they will choose who is going to be the supplier for energy. There will be a grid, but suppliers are going to be operators. Either it's infra manager or who will offer its solution or provides a solution from somewhere else. From Tallinn to Helsinki, if you need extension, then you can build a cable. Let us allow the Finn who wanted to talk beforehand speak now. Did you have a question? I wanted to ask a question. The previous speakers already spoke. You will have freight train, for example, to Warsaw and then to Germany. So will we be able to transport hydrogen on the freight? Actually, I would transfer this question to you back, whether it is allowed to transport hydrogen on the rails that are meant also for passenger train. This is an interesting question for the coffee break later. So let us step back. Thank you very much. Let us applaud to Mr.
Poikula, we try to establish again a line. Sorry for these small technicalities. Now you probably hear us. We hope we hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. And would you please share a screen and don't remove your microphone? So we are ready to dig into niceties of energetic realities of your energy realities of your country.
So, greetings from Olkiluoto. Great to be here with you, not physically, but via Zoom. So, to go directly to my story. So, Finnish situation is really good. Our electricity production is clean, but in the history we have had one problem, was the import dependency. Here you can see the green color. Last year we imported 15% of our electricity. So Olkiluoto 3 will fix this because it produces 14% of Finnish electricity. So after this year, we produce all the electricity we need. But if you look at the more detailed, in our TSO, Fingrid web pages, you can see the real-time situation of the electricity production. This is during 1 month, from March to April. And this yellow color is Nokia power. And the increase, when Olkiluoto started, the increase can be seen here. So today we are producing more than 4,000 megawatts of nuclear power. And if you look at the curve, so it's very reliable through the whole month. And at the same time, we have even more wind capacity, about 5,700 megawatts. But the green color shows you the variability of wind production. But this is a very good combination, have a 40 or even in this period 50% of base load, reliable load, and then variable production on the top of that, which is all renewable. We can adapt to this situation by using hydro and using imports and exports, depending on the hour and depending on the day. So the Finnish situation is very good. And during last year, in the energy crisis, people started to look into reasons why price is high, why price is low, and they understand much better now how the energy system works. And the result of this and more better understanding is that people want to have more nuclear power. This is how the Finns in general think about nuclear power. We have been asking the same question during 40 years. And the beginning, 50% were against nuclear power. And if you look at today, the number is 6. So this is amazing. It's only 6% of the Finns are against nuclear power. Every party in the parliament wants to have more nuclear power. And this is our site, which is also great. If you look at the Olkiluoto Island, so it's mainly forest, and in the tip of the island, we produce 30% of Finnish electricity. And here you see a bit more. So there's room for more. 3 units. The one in the left is the biggest unit in Europe, nuclear unit, 1,600 megawatts. And now it's running fully. Project is completed. If you look at the history, so that's the performance of the power plants. 1 and 2 have been really good, one of the top in the world. The red curve says the reliability of the power plants, how many hours of the year they run with full power. So they are typically from 90 to 95%. So once in a year, we stop these power plants for outage. We change the fuel and then we continue. But so the reliability has been good, and it's very important for the acceptance, and also economically important for TVO. And also we are the last problem that the nuclear industry didn't have a solution was the waste, and now we have a solution in Olkiluoto in Onkalo. So we will start the operations within maybe 2 years soon, that we will start putting the used nuclear fuel down to the Finnish bedrock. So we are responsible, and we take care of the whole life cycle of the production. This is the long Olkiluoto 3 project, lots of milestones, but it took, of course, way too long. And if I would have more time, I would go to this story. But of course, we were pioneers. We started the nuclear renaissance or rebuilding after a long break in Europe. But now things look much better. So many countries are looking into nuclear power. They come to us, they come to Olkiluoto, and we share the lessons learned of this project, how to avoid these problems. And I believe the industry will be much more successful in the future. Regarding, of course, it's SMRs, as you discussed earlier, but also big reactors will be built into Europe, and I believe more successfully than we did. But Olkiluoto 3 is a very good power plant now when it's completed. But there were so many new things that took time to complete the project. So in the end, I have a video for you, but I need some technical assistance. So I stop sharing my presentation, and let's see if you can see the video. Thank you.
So thank you very, very much. But still, I should ask you, well, there is applause, probably a little bit jealous, as the Latvians are jealous a little bit. But can I ask you if there would be a decision of today you should advise your government? Would you advise them to go instead of this very big project which lasted for decades to construct it, to really go to these small and modular solutions which are now existing? Why not? Or why yes?
Thank you. So actually, I was advising because our government is now forming, so I had the opportunity to have a. Do you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. We hear and admire your yes.
I had the opportunity to give a 1 hour presentation to them also. That my message is that we need to move into better legislation in Europe. So the main thing what we need to change. We need to create a European market. So when Latvia will build a nuclear power plant, it should be identical to the one we would build in Finland. Today we have these differences in every country. There's no type approval. If you build an airplane, you can fly it all over the world. But if you build a nuclear power plant, you need to change it based on national requirements. So then we can continue and repeat the same technology and get into a lower cost. Okay. So serial production can be done with the small reactors, but also with big ones. Exact copy, then you reduce the cost, you can build it quicker, and that's the trend. So, and I see it is changing already.
Yeah, I have a question regarding pricing. Of course, I heard that you wanted something like 124 megawatt, and it was wrestled down by the negotiators to 5 or 50 or 60 or something. But what would you see in the future if there had been no delays? Where would the price, a fair price for both sides, stand approximately? What could we expect from, say, a new reactor of this sort if you decided to build one?
Yeah, the big power plants, they are too expensive. They are easily 10 billion euros, or depends on size, but the EPR size is way too expensive. So we need to see better performance, and the expectations for the small reactors are high. But of course, serial production benefits. If you want to get them, you need to manufacture several units. But we will see hopefully 3 units or 6 units in Poland, and we will see 6 units in France. So there will be serial production happening, and there will be small reactors, several. So we will see lower costs. But today it's challenging to buy a big one because they're quite expensive, and the small ones, really the market is not there. We need to wait for a few years, but we are preparing the legislation, preparing this harmonization. At the same time, the technology licensing will start in the Europe of small reactors. So all this will happen in 4 years' time. 3-4 years we can make, and then the investments will hopefully start rapidly growing.
Yeah, two small questions. First, investment in nuclear energy is long-term investment. For example, if you compare wind, it's 30 years life cycle. Solar PV, 20 years life cycle, more or less. What will be nuclear? I think it was always said 60 years life cycle with possible maybe extension to more years. That is one question for you. And the second question, after commissioning of the project, have you achieved these guaranteed parameters, such efficiency, availability of this reactor, maybe the first year I understood when you start to operate it commercially, what the expectation for the coming years, will you achieve these guaranteed parameters, guaranteed availability? Thank you.
Thank you. So the we don't see that, we don't know the availability, of course, yet. We need to run until the first outage, so then we will see the reliability. So that's us to see, and the output is but the contract, what we agreed with the contract, we have achieved that. So the project is completed in the contract sense. And what was the second question? The first question was about
60 years period, life cycle.
Lifetime. Yes, that's the lifetime of Olkiluoto 3. But there's so much knowledge about aging, so we have analyzed that there's no technical limitations to continue after 60 years. So we have seen US power plants run 80 years, but so it's a very long lifetime of these new units, because the aging of the material of the pressure vessel it's better protected, and the materials are better, and so we believe it will be a very long and a very good project, because the capital is then, of course, paid in the longer run.
One of the most difficult question usually is what to do with the waste, used fuel. I suppose if we are going for the nuclear project, would you share your storage for the used fuel with us, of course, for the fair price?
Unfortunately, the Finnish law is preventing that. So what we today is we are consulting, and more than 10 countries already, that what do you need to study and what do you need to know when you start this kind of a project. But unfortunately, we are not planning to make this an international business to take other countries' fuels.
Okay. Well, anyway, if not the waste, maybe an electricity we could buy one day. Why not? Good. Thank you very, very much for your explanation and a nice video of new reality of your country, actually. Congratulations to this. And we will continue now, still in English, but we'll ask a question to our good Estonian friend. Martti will give us the thoughts about these human resources. Very important issue here. Was raised already 3 times. So if a beautiful Estonia with beautiful Tartu University solved this, or Tallinn University came, or you will actually export the knowledge or import the knowledge from the foreign country because of your big aim to go super nuclear.
Thank you, thank you. We do everything that you mentioned. We have to do everything that you mentioned, just jumping right into the topic, right? Hi everyone, my name is Martti Elso and I'm CTO or Head of Technology at Fermi Energia. Somewhere in the badge it says also that I work at the National Institute of Chemical Physics and Biophysics, great name, applies for eligible for all types of funding in all fields. Where I lead the Nuclear Science and Technology research group. We work with students and research projects. But at Fermi, as I said, Head of Technology, so I'm replacing or substituting for our Henri Ormus, who is leading the HR development topics. So we could discuss a lot about technology, licensing, reactors, safety analysis. But since it's a small company, still, I'm involved in most of those things. And coming from academia, I pretty much know everything that's going on here, and I know what I'm talking about today. And human resources are very, very important. So we have a larger, let's see if that also works, yes. We have a larger program plan that involves different aspects of the company or of the program, and different, let's let's say it's not very easy to read, but everything is mapped out and we know how to read that. And then one of the aspects is organization, the people, the human resources we need to set our expectations, targets, set the criteria, and then find the people, train the people so we would get to our desired output and the value created that we desire. So we can see that in all those, let's call them stages or phases, people are needed everywhere. Like, it's all over the place, very important. With the end goal, of course, to plan, prepare, build, own, operate a modern nuclear power plant safely, and when it comes to construction, do it on time and on budget. That requires people, dedication, hard work. Unfortunately, I cannot show you today a photo of our plant. It's just a visual render of a model, but maybe next time, not next year. And of course, people are needed where? Government institutions, the highest level decision makers, policy, legislation drivers, at the owner, developer, licensee, Fermi Energia, and also the supporting functions. I just bring out academia, technical support organizations. People are needed everywhere. And what kind of people? If you look at the whole picture, the regulator, government, the power plant owner, utility, then one can divide the competence areas into this triangular way. So there is about 5% very highly skilled nuclear experts that really have studied and maybe have experience in nuclear reactor physics, neutronics, reactor-specific thermohydraulics, core design, whatnot. They're very much needed in the nuclear regulator. About 15% is nuclearized people, very highly skilled professionals with experience from process industries, oil shale plants in our case, gas turbine plants, who know valves, who know friction losses, heat transfer, the generic stuff that mechanical engineers study at universities or even proficiency schools. And then 80% are just specialists that are needed in every industry, process industry, every company, support, administration, that need to be nuclear aware. And the main thing they need to be, what means being nuclear aware, they don't need to know what's going on inside the reactor. But they need to know about nuclear safety culture. That's the most important thing for them. So 5% is these high-level skill experts, and I'm just mentioning that they are mostly in the regulator, where, when you go to a nuclear power plant, I think 9 out of 10 do not have anyone working who has a nuclear physics, nuclear engineering, definitely not nuclear physics, nuclear engineering background and masters. No, you don't need those people in the nuclear industry. You need them in the regulator, you need them in the reactor developing companies. So just keep that in mind. It's nice to have. It's good to have that knowledge, so you know what's going on, but it's not necessary in that sense. But just looking at the numbers also, this was one of the first studies we did in Estonia together with our Finnish partners, I believe. You can see that when we start our program, how the number of people we need in our regulator. This needs to be developed over time, and then it flattens out and regulates our industry. The operator is the gray one. That is essentially the developing the program, the power plant construction and everything, and then it's up in the highest number of people at the operational phase. And the NEPIO is the government-led nuclear energy program implementing officer. That's IAEA terms. That is established, gains some momentum, makes the decisions that need to be made, and then they will be eventually phased out. This is not needed for an operational phase. It's mostly for the regulator and operator. It was mentioned before here that we don't have a vision or strategy, not even a plan or something, but it was very good. These keywords, it's already a start. You already know what you need to have. We started from there. A conceptual statement, quite short, 2 A4 pages about our vision, where we want to go, where we want to be at some point, and just underlying principles, how we do that. Then a bit lengthier document, HR development strategy. How do we make it happen? Largest principles. I'll just touch on those things. And then third step is workforce and training plan. We do this, we check with IAEA. This is our, let's say, guideline. The International Atomic Energy Agency provides a lot of guidelines for newcomers. So at first it may seem like a lot of lengthy documents and many documents, but I can say they all make sense. There's a lot of knowledge, experience there. So, and it's not so, once you start reading, it's not that difficult either to understand. So it may seem like a big bite, but everything is doable, even for small countries. So about the strategy. The idea, a long-term goal for Fermi Estonia is to have our own people in the supply chain, in the operator, in the regulator. But given the let's say, a fast timeline that Kalev also presented, that we want to have power in the grid by the, let's say, early 2030s, end of 31, we need to find these people. We need to start developing now, as was mentioned here. We need to start developing, and we have. I'll show you. But so what we can do and what we are doing is that we are training our own students, sending them somewhere. We have our courses in Estonian universities and soon in vocational schools. We are developing local research. Doing research, by doing research, we develop competencies. And also, of course, we hire foreign experts. In Fermi Energia, we have already, we have people with nuclear submarine experience and that enjoy being on the surface for some time now, and other nuclear experts from outside Estonia. And it's not that you put the job ad up and they will apply. It's when you do a good thing, then they will just let you know that they're there. So the field is attractive. The good thing about nuclear is that the field is attractive. So how many people we are talking about? It's another estimate. They're all estimates. And in nuclear, I think I can say that there are two numbers that always one needs to. There is a number how many people are needed to run the program. And there is another number, which is usually higher, how many people the program and the industry can, or how many jobs it can provide. There are different numbers. So we need to know what we need for sure. But we need to be aware that later there can be more, and usually there will be more. Look at the examples in other places. So when we're building one reactor, so you can go from the considerations to planning to preparation phase and construction and operation. So with one reactor, looking at the owner side, we're ending up in the 120, adding some security people, some advisory, maybe 150 people plus minus. And the regulator needs to regulate the building of the reactor. It needs to certify, give green light for the safety design, and so that regulator part is this one here. And if we build at some point, we start building. Once first one is built and in operation, we start building the second one. There will be somewhat more, but it's not exactly double the number of people needed, but because there are shared functions. So these are roughly the numbers, but they will be, of course, more clarified now with the reactor vendor of that technology that we chose. So here is an example of how the workforce plan that we have, what it looks like, and how we use that. So, you can see that we've filtered out only the owner part. There is data also for regulator, estimates for regulator, and then NEPIO as well. And here you see competence areas that are needed in the owner or licensee. There is a sourcing strategy, ABCD. A means no long-term strategy needed. So it's like we can get those people from the market. They're abundantly available. D is, for example, securing experimental experienced personnel. So sourcing. We just have to get them from somewhere higher abroad. B is short training, nuclear specific training, and C is the long training. So we have to identify. We can identify C and C. Plant operation takes time. Another C here, nuclear physics takes time. Then we see how many people we need in which phase. Let's take an example. Quality management. We need quality management people. We need them in the phase 3A, so they're in the construction phase, basically. Preparation for construction, and then also in the operation. think I see it here, better, yeah, 550. How do we get them? A and D. So there is some, so for some, no long-term sourcing needed, and we need, but we need some experienced people from abroad. We can look into more detail. For that row, there are more details available. We can see that there is some description of that competencies that are needed. We see more in detail how this 5 comes up, that we have, we start with 2 employees, we have we hire some consultant. This is construction period, a lot of work, looking into the documentation and making sure quality is assured. And then at some point we don't need to use the consultants anymore. We want to continue with our employees, or they move on, the consultants, to the building of the next project. So this is how we can work, and we can come here from time to time and see, this is the year where we are. Should we start training something already? And then we guide. So what we already do, I mentioned lectures in Estonian universities, modern nuclear technology. There's a picture of that. About 200 people have gone and taken that lecture in Taltech. Reactor physics. This is interesting. We just, we wanted to see how many people want to study reactor physics. There was no ads that this course will happen or anything. There were 10 that signed up. I think 10 people, just signed up to that course. We don't need, the whole program may not need that many people in the end. A nuclear technology seminar, also very popular one in Tartu. And a lot of Fermi and other radiation specialists are related to power or nuclear power field that we have in Estonia contribute to those, giving to those lectures. Summer, autumn schools, another, you see a lot of people, hundreds, 150 plus we've done over 4 years. Very popular, people sign up and the places fill very fast. And of course, scholarships. We cannot train, and we don't maybe potentially even want to train every field in Estonia. It's not optimal. So we use scholarships. We support people studying abroad and also studying in Estonia, because every industry is seeing the problem that we are lacking engineers. Everybody wants to study, well, I don't know how is it called, some kind of, let's say, not engineering field. So engineering field, STEM education is seeing problems, so we support that as well. We know that and we support that. One important thing is that, well, pertains to this slide and next slide and every next slide, is that this is nothing to do with the, I would maybe need to double check, but really not much to do with government. This is private companies can do that. And people from their free will and so to create an industry. And another thing, lecture in high schools. We go to every school in Estonia, and what happens then? We take another round, another round. So I don't want to see, I hope that once we have the industry running in Estonia, I want to believe we don't forget going into schools, because kids really like that. And as I said, field is attractive, and it's nice to see the youngsters and their eyes there. We wrote the book. One of the first things we did, we wrote the book in Estonian. There was no good nuclear book. About the history, industry, different technologies, pros and cons, we wrote the book. Now, it's just this week, the person who is responsible for that said that we're running out of those. We need to buy more. And training our employees and also government employees are doing that. We are not training government employees, but they are also going to different IAEA courses. There is a Japanese delegation that actually, as of now, right now, the whole day, that's the reason why Henry couldn't be here. He's there with the Japanese organized training course for Estonia. They can do that for, also to Latvia at some point. And then the courses we can go with that are organized by our reactor technology vendor. Of course, we need to know the technology and others. Very good partner is a KSU in Sweden, the center who trains the reactor operators in Sweden. This is just the first lecture of the modern nuclear energy class this year at Taltech. You can see there was about 50 or 60 people in the room, and we had to bring a bench from the corridor so everyone could sit. That's how popular it is. And most surprising is that they don't drop out. They all go till the end. So for the next lecture we had a bigger room. I would say too big, because then they kind of spread out, and I liked it this way better, but it's many people. And what we need to do, training and recruitment plan, of course, needs to become more detailed, but that's what we do together with GH. Now we need to focus. Additional courses are being considered. We are constantly in discussion. Sometimes we give a lecture in as part of a course, one lecture on nuclear energy. Sometimes we have a whole lecture series and maybe a program in the future. So we're not rushing with that, but working constantly, steadily. And yes, so in collaboration with Swedish reactor operator trainers, we are working on like a professional job course also to retrain already existing engineers. And just as we are doing all that before government has said that yes, we go to nuclear. So you have to invest. That's all the investments into HR that we do.
Something like 300,000 euros a year.
Not mentioning the night hours and over hours and plus the money, everything. I mean, it's a lot of investments, and not only Fermi, but many others in Estonia as well. And operator recruitment training. With that we have some time, but we're thinking about already putting the ad up that we are looking for reactor operators. I for sure know that there will be applicants, but we don't have the job yet. We can start training. So yeah, so there are some challenges, but let's call them rather opportunities for this HR development. So it's some clouds, but I see clear sky ahead. We need this high quality staffing to keep the timeline 2031 power in the grid. And both in the regulator and in our side, in the industry or licensee side. And we need to know that professional training, good training is a long-term commitment. You have to start early. It feels weird to pay for someone today that maybe they will start working in 4 years. It's inevitable. And of course, public education. Even today here, talking about those things openly, is a very, very important for adequate or good decision making at the government level also, that rely on information, that rely on public opinion, that everything relies on information, education, knowledge. So if we want to have like Zion was saying, that if we want to have our decisions made based on good information, science, scientific consensus, then we have to work on that. It doesn't happen like this. Misinformation happens like that somehow, given the total social media era and everything. So public education going everywhere. And then that's how we move, like a river in Estonian forest to the clear sky. Okay, thank you.
Like a river in Estonian forest. Thank you. Jautājumi, questions you may ask. Yes?
And so you are not getting any grants like you get for green energy, for, I don't know, teaching somebody or training someone in the nuclear industry, or do you?
You mean from government?
Yeah, like European funds or something like that. Because you get a lot of grants, but I think nuclear is outside the scope where you get anything. Or right.
Good question. We're trying hard. Not on Fermi side, but on the academic side. We're trying, we're applying, and European one was mentioned really. There is a call out there, closes 8th of November. We all know how to get Euratom funding. You need big consortia, good partners. Well, you need to work a lot. And we are thinking about that. And there is one topic is on the SMRs. One is on the existing water reactor safety, one on SMRs, and then several others. It's exactly what I'm iterating with partners in Estonia right now. But it's like everything in academia, but you cannot make your plans like on that. So, and we are not relying, and no plan is built on getting those grants, especially on Fermi Energia side. In academia, it's different. Well, there you need to have it's a constant work stream, yes. Yes.
No.
Oh, we need to run, I think, because...
you need to run to Tallinn.
No. I wish I could run to Tallinn.
Oh, yes, you can. I mean,
no, if there is...
Start. Can I raise, because of your background you just gave us, and I will raise a question to these young ladies. Who are you, beautiful ladies? Because I have the doubts in my mind that there is always this feeling of, oh, Estonians, they have, Tartu University. Every Latvian 100 years ago studied there. Wow, Estonian example. I mean, when I look at these young faces here, I think we had the professionals, nevertheless, not full, the whole, like your picture there, but still, who are you, young professionals? Do we lack any skills? Jūs nerunājat angliski, vai ne? Tas ir labākais veids, kā izvairīties tagad no atbildes. Vienkārši, nesapratu jautājumu.
We are from University of Latvia, Institute of Chemical Physics. We are master students, so we are still in learning, and we are working in some nuclear projects and still in learning process. But
because in Estonia, the big difference was there are only pupils, boys, huh? And here you are, master degree students, girls mainly. Is this the reality? The difference in between these nice wooden rivers in Estonia instead of feminine reality in Latvia?
I mean, it's hard to say. I haven't been that often in Estonia. I mean, colleague could probably answer this question in my place, but.
No, but tell me, when we have this feeling, you have to invest 15 years ago before you do a political decision to go for this type of new nuclear something. I mean, here you are, ready to go, huh? Do you? What about
you? I'm not really doing a nuclear thing. I don't, so she can answer.
You will go.
No, I mean, it's a great opportunity to learn early.
Okay.
To get an opportunity to learn these things, but I mean, early success, early education is the best option to start these processes.
So you started already.
But I would just finish with that. That young people, if you want young people to go down somewhere, you need to provide them some perspective. So you have to do hand in hand. And I have one of my first nuclear collaboration project in Baltic states was between a company called BSI, Baltic Scientific Instruments.
Okay.
Very high quality radiation measuring system developer from Riga, top notch, top of the world. And we work with on developing new systems with them. So I have already worked with Latvians. So
but you heard yourself, the young lady wants perspective to be invited into Tallinn's next year event. Huh? This you heard.
Invitation is given to everyone. So next year, probably early February, come to our conference.
Good. Okay. Agreed. Now, thank you very much. Now you need to run 300 kilometers to Tallinn. Why not? Thank you. Now we switch back to Latvian. Gunār, tu esi nomedis svaru kopš tu esi kļuvis par valsts ierēdni. Gunār, kad tu biji asociācijas vadītājs.
Gunār, you have lost your weight since you became a public official. You returned to the ministry, to the new ministry, and you have to create. You have to come up with a strategy in a couple of months. Your energy, indeed, is very beneficial for the new ministry that has to solve this issue. When people are still having in mind Fukushima, Zaporizhia, you have to answer to a question that we can say yes, that we need nuclear energy in Latvia. You are kind of suicidal. Is it something that had to be done beforehand 10 years ago, or what do you need now?
Thank you very much for the compliment. This time where there is pressure and crisis, it's good, and you can improve your health by losing weight. And this tense time helped to improve my health, and thank you for noticing it. Right now, we can't say that we have already started development of these legislative acts, because first of all, there has to be a political decision and agreement. And for this chapter, the most important is to have the public support, and also what we expect from the professionals of the sector is a united understanding that we want to go into that direction. And then also, if we have this professional support, then also to participate in development of all these regulations. Because during my presentation, we will try to make sure that generally this work is much more extensive than we sometimes assume when we start some projects. I remember just recently and for quite a long time, I remember it's 2005 and 2006 when we signed a memorandum about Visagen project, and then it seemed that these deadlines were moderately ambitious, but the history showed that they were more than ambitious, because none of the involved countries even didn't get to the stage of legislation development. And in fact, the activities of preparation that had to be done before were not done. And so, in order to involve the experts of the sector and NGOs and other, there has to be a very strong motivation why this legislative work, also the regulations of the Cabinet of Minister development can take quite a long time, even a year, because there are a lot of stakeholders. So this is a work that has to be done ahead of time, but only when we receive this call out that let's start it. So starting about the current situation, I'm a person who is very interested in nuclear energy. It was already before I worked with this energy activities, and the best scenario, and thank you very much to the organizers of the conference, that you are also inviting foreign colleagues to share their experience. And we have to remember that this situation is that we have to prepare the legislative framework and administrative framework related to nuclear energy, and it takes several decades. And each country that is undertaking this work and starting the challenge of development of nuclear power, they are undertaking this challenge in a couple of years to implement what's in legal, administrative, and educational system in other countries have been done already for several years. And so, preparing for this challenge, we have to look at the foreign experience. And based on the information that we can conclude from analytical reports and summaries from the International Nuclear Energy Organization related to the legislative issues, because this agency is very focused and they devote a lot of intellectual resources to monitor and offer some proposals for legal aspects related to nuclear energy. And the main problems that were identified by the International Nuclear Energy Agency, and that we will definitely face as well. So if we look at the existing regulations, they are based on the most popular type of reactors that are cooled by water and also managed by water, not heavy water, but so-called light water, so just ordinary water. And in most cases, we talk about uranium oxide fuel with certain enrichments, and that according to the international agency, conclusions is that these reactors are the ones where this enrichment is less than 5%. And if legislation is related to a specific type, then some later methodologies are not binding and supporting anymore. So therefore, the agency states and highlights the first challenge is that this historic legislation is too heavy in many related issues. For example, if we talk about construction, we are talking about the concrete buildings, a lot of other pipelines and other materials that are very, very heavy. But these modular systems, they use new security systems and they request a different approach. There is less involved personnel, and I'm sure that Estonian colleagues in their presentations already told about those technical topics, and all these technical topics also have impact on legislation. So it is very big difference if you have to prepare and to launch some study program for 20 different types of jobs that will be involved in this nuclear reactor, or if it's less. So a lot of those issues have to be solved already now when the sector is under development. And for all the countries, the same as for Latvia, but also my colleague and my boss already in the morning, she clearly indicated that right now the new technologies are developing, and the big question is how to ensure the necessary return on investment for these technologies, and also in the market. We understand that each technology might have some differences. So the big question and big decision is whether to adjust the legislation to a specific type of reactor or to try to generalize this legislation. And what does it mean to generalize? For the nuclear energy sector, it means that there is a burden at a different level of legislation, because if the basic legislation is very general, then there has to be standards, and also something has to be included in other regulations so that this supervision and monitoring is at a reasonable level. On one hand, not endangering development of the sector, but at the same time to ensure this supervision of the industry so that it is not weaker than the regulation that is for construction, which is much, of course, if we talk about nuclear energy, it's much more complicated than if we compare with the construction sector. So if we look at the experience and reports from Finnish colleagues about challenges that we have heard also publicly, we have to count on the situation that the experts of the industry who are able to assess whether all the regulations are really done, and also all the employees are well qualified. So we don't have so many experts to be able to assess it, and it requires a long time, starting with preparing those experts and then also paying salaries for them and also issuing regulation about their authorities. So this legislative framework is a lot wider than we could expect at the first glance. But good news is that those challenges are global, and the question which is here emphasized in the slide is that we need the harmonization at the international level. So at two levels, trying to unify this global legislation, of course, not to make it adjusted to one specific type of reactor, but to design it in a way so it is applicable in as much countries as possible, and to be able to adopt the best practice, and so that we are not inventing the wheel from the scratch. But at the same time, also remembering that the previous regulation framework we cannot and we do not to accept as a reasonable solution for something that is actually totally new. So the initial homework for Latvia that we have to start with, in the first presentation of our ministry, the colleague already outlined the deadline that by the end of the year, we will come up with the tasks that are included in the energy law. So we will have a report about future perspectives of energy and the future activities. This mandate was given to us by the Parliament last year, and also summarizing the topicalities and the ideas that have come into the market of energy this year. And also this year is going to be very interesting because in 1 hour, after a long time of quite low prices of electricity, in an hour we will have very high, so 600 for 1 megawatt hour. So we are looking at various challenges, and according to my understanding, the Finnish new operator, if they worked only for wholesale, they would suffer losses 2 million per 1 day, looking at today's prices in Finland. So therefore, we have to understand that one of the challenges we maybe are not aware of right now is to work with legislation that is related to the activities of wholesale market of electric energy. And if we look at our activities, we are really working with it. Also at the European Union level, we are coordinating the design package, and I must emphasize that right now there are additional opportunities for investments that are based on capital investment, intense technologies, similar like with nuclear stations. And as to this issue, we don't have a very convincing answer, but the emphasis is on long-term direct contracts, and consumers have to be aware that the price in short term is not always the most sustainable, and legislation and regulations have to promote this type of contract. This is also one of the homeworks for policymakers to prepare the market environment so that this nuclear reactor can work here, at the same time also not distorting the existing market, which in a large sense is operating well and is very satisfying during the low prices period. Also, experience of Estonia by ordering the research, and colleagues already told about it, is that they have hired consultants, the company who would understand what legislation has to be prepared. And I believe that Latvia informally and formally already is prepared to use Estonian experience by also giving their contribution, maybe in sense of information. So this Estonian experience could be the basis on which we start moving next, making next steps. And Estonians that we consider, and they are ahead of Latvia in this sense, they have come to the step. They are starting to understand what is needed to include in legislative regulation. And I will just talk in short about main homeworks that have to be done. First of all, those are amendments in the energy law, where we would provide the political mandates in the sector, and electric energy market law. Here we speak primarily about manufacturing and generating electric energy. Another solution would be also developing a totally new law on nuclear energy, and maybe this is even simpler, but that's a question of political decision. Then also regulation related to civil liabilities about monitoring and security, and similar also decision of politicians, so whether to amend existing regulations and laws or develop from the scratch. If we develop from the scratch, there has to be a law on which they are based. And so this demands that either we make amendments in the electric energy market law and based on this we delegate that we start developing the Cabinet of Ministers regulations and also decisions that are by other institutions. In general, it is not a simple process if we look at how often we open and speak and discuss about energy law in our parliament and how active are our discussions. We shouldn't underestimate the time which is usually taken by amendments. Of course, we might not like it. We might want to achieve this goal faster, but we have to take into consideration many stakeholders, because in a democratic country, stakeholders can find other ways how to slow down our hopes, our ideas in some policy area. And also we have to understand that for our public nuclear energy sector is quite controversial. There are people who are against and who are for it. So definitely there will be quite a lot of time needed for solving this issue. And another long-term homework is how we also ensure these limitations of pollution, because right now we the connections, the interpreter apologizes. And also it is important to look at the amount of connections and volumes and power, and also think about receiving permissions, and that also takes time. And if we initiate the process, we cannot expect that straight away a very attractive price will be available. Another issues, educational programs, accreditation. This is also one of the issues. Each of them request 1 year separately, for example, to develop this professional standard for this job. And right now it could also demand more time, because honestly, we can't say that we have experts and specialists who are able to develop these professional standards for nuclear energy specialists. This is not nuclear physicists who can do it, because nuclear energy is not the same as nuclear physics. There are some principles that overlap, but not everything is needed for this daily operation. So there are security issues and specific cooling systems and gas supply and water supply specialists should involve, and we don't have such experts and specialists as well, and also the protective areas law and political decision, also changes in the educational system, also those who are developing educational curriculums, they have to make sure that the educational program is popular and that we are able to attract students who come and study for this program. And there has to be also very high motivation from the side of the public, very clear decision for us as a community that we initiate and we start this very extended and also possibly the sector with high added value, but we are prepared to move it forward. So that was short from me, and I was trying not to reflect the same ideas as colleagues. Any questions? Val, this was the first one who applied for the question. Yes, you can answer yes or no. So my question is about legislation. Have you thought how to improve the sector in general? This linear hypothesis about radiation, that any dose of radiation is dangerous. It is the same danger is once to jump from 100 meters or to jump 100 times from 1 meter height. Are you thinking about it? Right now, the existing tasks for us do not include such a task. And I would like to ask, what regulation and legislation are you talking about? Is this environmental protection? Right now, we are not talking about this radiation security. Yes, but there are situations in the world that there is actually a little bit radioactive substance in water, and then the previous concrete is taken away and new concrete is inserted. But finally, they discover that this new concrete has even higher radiation levels. So this is overexceeded. In the military sector, it is needed, yes, but also here there are some exaggerated requirements and understanding. Yes, as soon as we would have a political decision, and if this direction is interesting for our society, I believe that environmental institutions would respect opinion of the public and community, and then there would be a corresponding reaction. Definitely, we as energy policy makers, we haven't worked with this before, because like I said, in the energy law and energy legislation, the nuclear energy is mentioned only in relation to the task we spoke about it, so to carry out this assessment. And in case of we have positive conclusions, we will definitely also think about this changing of approach also in other legislation, because if we start and we commit to such a project, the state and all the involved institutions have to take responsibilities not to have too much unjustified administrative burdens that do not have meaning right now, but will have a strong meaning in the future. I wanted to ask you, if I could ask, what do you think? What does your minister think? So not as just a talk between two guys, two folks, but about the government opinion. So we will have a draft, and probably at the end of the year, it will be just criticized that we are not ready, we are already having the Rail Baltica and so on, and that's it. So is there a political will from the side of minister, or is it the government who are kind of insisting it? For example, before elections, I heard from some persons that they are contemplating the possibility of nuclear energy. I would say honestly that I haven't had a chance to ask this question to the minister. What does he think as a politician and a professional of the sector? But in general, in our ministry, based on the existing planning documents, I can also confirm that also in the internal communication, we are prepared to listen to the national, community interests, and we will not go against the competitiveness of a certain technology and possibilities of development. But right now, it's not going to be, of course, also our priority to be the pioneers in this area. So you are going to be cautious optimists. Yes, we are a little bit kind of in expectancy mode. Thank you for what you told. It was interesting, but my comments would be that I believe that you will get employees for this nuclear energy station. And if we will have study programs where people can get skills and knowledge, but in case if you don't build a nuclear plant, what happens? They need to transfer to a different sector, or this potential labor force will go to other countries where there are companies, nuclear power plants. Not only to Finland, also to France. Yes, this is a question of decision. So young people have to plan their life. Yes, thank you for this comment. I must say that I am also working, I'm a researcher and also a lecturer in the Riga Technical University. And my opinion about possibility to prepare specialists in a short and attractive time, to have enough specialists in this short time, I would be very cautious, because even in the area of designing electric grid, I see at least one colleague who is sitting here, and they would agree with me that highly qualified specialists, we get several of them per several years. So there is not a very high interest. Whether in nuclear area we would have higher interest, I would hope yes, but right now there are no facts that would help us to be optimistic, because this type of qualification and also certification, according to the legislation, because right now we see that this designer of grid, we don't have so many. So what about operators in the nuclear power plants? Is it an attractive study program for future professionals? But I would be very cautious. So maybe you also need to make amendments in the language law and attract specialists from abroad. My name is Agnes Bauklus. My question now is a bit philosophical. If we look at what will happen in 15 years, for example, we speak about the university, maybe we should start not with the university, but with this ideas and the notion of the community, and to educate the community and conceptually look at education. We see what happened in the education educational sector. And in the 9th grade, 40% of students in mathematics get very low grades. So don't we need to think differently and set different priorities in education? Yes, today we have a maths exam for 9th graders. Yes, I totally agree to this comment. And generally, forming this public opinion is very important, and we cannot separate the educational sector, which is also part of this public opinion and forming of public opinion and trying to achieve goals that we want to achieve as an industry. I assume that colleagues who support nuclear energy, personally, I also would support this idea. I would be happy to see Latvia also as a nuclear energy country, but this is privately my private opinion. But those deadlines we want to achieve will probably not we will not be able to implement in those deadlines, because very often we see that our community is not interested in these principles of economics and physics and so on. Even the best campaign of informational campaign cannot reach uneducated, ignorant people. And we make sure about it each time when we communicate about tariffs of electric energy. We hear some voices during the meeting, but when tariffs come into force, all people start complaining that they were not informed enough. Yes, just in a week we will be able to see the regulator will come. No, today the regulator will come with new tariffs, and in our TV broadcasts tonight we will be able to see what happens. Yes, colleagues, thank you very much. Let us applaud, because we are applauding to everyone. So good luck for your work, and I hope that you will be able to write everything, to have everything on the paper. And now Mr. Auce, he will have an interesting idea for ladies what to do in case if this station is not built, because Mr. Auce in his presentation has linked together both the nuclear energy and also the food sector. So let's see how it works, and why do you see that the food industry needs the attention and needs the nuclear energy? So please come here to this mic to answer to this question, please.
Okay, so we can continue. Indeed, nuclear energy is very significant for food industry, but food industry is a symbol, because this is the industry that is going to be needed also in the future. Timber industry does not need energy because it is going to burn its coal. The rest of energy, we don't know what it's going to look like. The energy needs, what are the energy needs? We have spoken about electricity, but it's just part of energy. We need a low and high temperature heat for food industry and other industries as well. What are the forecasts for energy consumption? Speaking about energy, all kinds of charts you've seen, but in real life, if you want to decarbonize and to substitute everything with low or no emission energy, then the electricity consumption is going to double or even more, which can be compensated by a rapid decrease of inhabitants. That's actually happening. What else do we need? Low temperature heat is needed for for household heating. What we can expect, warming as well as central heating. Also the increase of square meters per person, as well as industries. For industries, low temperature heat is needed a lot. Also, we need high temperature heat for chemical industry, metal industry, and in other industries. Another question whether this industry is going to stay here in Latvia. Low temperature heat, why do we need it? For agriculture, for industries, as well as for central heating. This is also a picture from how we use low heat temperatures, CO2 emissions and heat. If we talk about CO2 emissions, heating actually accounts for 65% of all the greenhouse gas emissions. And that is where we need to diminish it. And as you can see, in the picture, this is the reason of it. What are the heat sources for the future? It's natural gas. But we think about eliminating it. Peat, that is not allowed yet. Biomass, that is wood or timber in Latvia, where we can hope for electricity that could be transferred into heat or heat pumps, but where will we get electricity when it will not be when we will not be able to get it, as well as nuclear energy, direct or co-generating nuclear energy. We can use also hydrogen or sun or synthetic fuels. Today's context, it's important to remember to talk about the new revolution of nuclear energy that has happened. Maybe someone already mentioned there is a revolution ongoing in nuclear development of world's nuclear energy. SMRs, small modular reactors, next 4th-generation reactors with different definitions, but they have eliminated there has been eliminated for melting. Also, nuclear waste can be processed, can be recycled, because from nuclear waste, new energy can be recycled or gotten out. Also, in nuclear design, elasticity of power is allowed flow to load, so it can be kind of transverse with wind and solar energy, as well as different designs that are at the moment being elaborated. And in 15 years, we will have probably a lot of choice to choose from. In 15 years, when we will have the legislation, we will be able to select appropriate reactors for certain cities. Thinking about SMRs, what is SMR? An SMR, it's the definition of IAEA. It is an advanced reactor that produces electricity of up to 300 megawatts or 500 megawatts per module. It depends on country, which is less than current power generator reactor. Many SMRs can be made in factories and transported by truck or trail. The special traces as I've said, is price per unit up to 1 billion. It can be also 2 or 3 if towers, if towers are bigger. It is revolutionary, and private financial allocations can be used for that. The big power plants cannot be financed otherwise than from government. Also, a few years for construction. I'm not talking about the decision when we take a decision to build a reactor, but when all the documentation is done and we have money, then several years for construction per se. What else is significant for SMR? That they are not being constructed on place, but most of it is done in the factory and then kind of assembled together. Our constructors are becoming more educated, and they love to use modules. Also, safety of activity. SMRs are rather safe. There are no possibility for melting of catastrophic zones that account for most of disaster scenarios. Also, the maximum catastrophe is relatively small. Thus, evacuation zone can be small around the reactor, and we are talking about hundreds of meters or half a kilometer even, but that's not good. Also, a standardization of those reactors, a big number of similar reactors, that opens new possibilities for production of those reactors, technologies, and costs. What is the change and of this nuclear industry? These are safe designs. The coolers are passive, less nuclear fuel. Passive cooling means that it is self-cooling, and impossibility for reactor part melting. A small number of radioactive waste or pollutants going into the atmosphere in the case of an accident. This is good future for industries in the future, as well as for city planning. A small amount of radioactive waste, a small zone of evacuation, they can be placed in cities as well as directly in big factories, meaning that we will be able to heat houses also from nuclear energy. A big, fast construction time. Well, what does that mean? That reserving these islands or places for nuclear energy, we can start with one and then build more and more, and thus satisfy all the amount needed. This is the list of small reactors that are at the moment in the stage of license or are already licensed. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but some most interesting ones are new scale, 50 megawatts. Alltech is interesting with the following, that they said that they will want to build in Ukraine. Hitachi, some friends already from Estonia talked about that. Terrestrial Energy, who has new technology, molten salt technology, as well as Rolls-Royce technology that are being built in Poland and others. Why food industry, and why it is all connected with food industry and heat? In Latvia, production of heat creates 65.6% of all emissions. Agriculture accounts for 30 to 40% of all greenhouse gas emissions. Also, we when we produce fertilizers, that also accounts for a certain amount, but that goes together with agriculture. In Latvia, we have very many hothouses, and they use quite big powers. And most of our food industries are consumers of power. This is one of the biggest greenhouse companies in Latvia, and they consume about 30 powers. So the heat is needed. Electricity will be a byproduct. Here we see Latvian cities, the number of inhabitants, and approximate consumption of heat that is necessary per inhabitant. I am saying approximate up to Jēkabpils, or even including Salaspils. The consumption is enough to produce it, to be produced by one of the licensed companies. So there might be cities who will produce their own power, and some people use, for example, next stage that is not new is cogeneration in nuclear power plants. Nuclear cogeneration, many people work currently at this issue, meaning that in the Baltics and in the north, the nuclear reactors will have this cogeneration function. I can sketch some problems. Speaking about electricity supply, we depend on two elements. On cascades of hydroelectric stations, as well as thermoelectric stations that use natural gas. We have not talked about that this year because we had a relatively wet year. We had lots of water, but there are drought years. When we will have a drought year, the production of energy will drop by 5. And the capacity of electrogrids, if the consumption will increase, capacity is not going to increase. That's why there will be energy inefficiency and shortage. There is also kind of a decision or many talk that we will use biomass. That is kind of possible because we have lots of forests, and we can cut them and produce heat from that, but that will encounter many problems. One, forest management. The more we time will go, the more people will be against cutting woods, as well as smoke coming from cutting woods, especially in big cities. In the countryside, it's okay, kind of, but in big cities, it will sooner or later encounter many protests, many problems. Investments in nuclear energy, they question whether it is expensive. There is no one clear answer so far. The old nuclear stations have been expensive because a lot of money is needed for that. 10, 20, 30 billion dollars. The last in UK is cost 22 billion. But small SMR would be 1 billion USA. So private financial allocation could be, private investment could be acquired. What are the costs of nuclear energy? First of the kind SMR that were done by Wood Mackenzie is the following: 6,000 to 8,000 per kilowatt hour. Solar panels, for comparison, cost 9 to 12 US dollars against actually produced. SMR's life cycle is 60 to 100 years, where solar panel, it is much less. Green subsidies, another problem that I don't want to tackle. The only question is the following. We could have built many SMRs already for the money that has been spent for green subsidies. What are the risks? First one is the political risk, and the previous experience shows that our inhabitants do not believe in what has been promised in the area of energy. And there have been many examples where there is no high belief in our institutions. That is the biggest risk, together with political risk. What are the future scenarios in Latvia as well as in other countries? That everything will be divided into 2 parts. The states and countries, those who will have SMRs and those who will not, and clusters will be built around SMRs, new industrial zones, similar to previously access to gas lines where industries will be allocated. In the future, without access to SMR, the possibilities for companies to develop or to reallocate will be smaller. That's why there might be a new partition between cities or even states or regions in cities and states. That's new industrial clusters will be formed. This is all from my side. Maybe you have some questions. You have thought about it a lot. You can answer all these questions and challenges. You can name at least them. Valdis, you have a question? Yes, I wanted to comment. I don't know how about cities, but speaking about countries, those who will have and those who will not have, that will be the new nuclear divide. Do you agree? I agree. But even a country, for example, Norway, where they can do without nuclear energy, already this country is kind of thinking about nuclear energy. And what plan do they have? They have hydro electro stations because they have a lot. They want more. They want more energy, more power. They have calculated when everyone is going to drive electric cars, then they will have shortage. I don't know why, but even in Norway, this question is topical. Oh, interesting. More and more interesting. Even Norway is thinking about nuclear energy. Someone said some figures that I might not agree to. Maybe we can exchange some information later, or where did you get the figures from? But I could agree that the small nuclear stations could be offered in the cities. But let's think about Jēkabpils, for example. Today we are going to build a regular station for generating heat in Jēkabpils. That will provide for 80%. And you were talking about CO2 emissions, and you mostly said that the biggest heat consumer are households, household heating. which will be generated by wood chips. If you are not thinking about soot and smog as a CO2 emission, then and in future we should support switch for it. In Latvia, we can talk about 20 years, not sooner, of seeing the first SMR, because the decisions are taken very slowly, and many people still are against nuclear energy, not amongst inhabitants, but mainly politicians. There is no legislation so far. There are no needed specialists. We will see how forest management is going to develop in the future, and how much is going to develop in the future, and how much it will be allowed to use woods in the future. For not to have misunderstanding, roundwood is not being used for heating. It is wood chips from all kinds of branches and byproducts. This is how we are going, and that is what we are going to burn in our ovens. It is not the roundwood, the logs. We shouldn't be threatening people by what is not going to be true. So we are not going to cut woods for burning them. That's not going to be true. Thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to say the following. Roundwood, most of it goes to Scandinavia, to celluloses, to paper mills. We will not keep our roundwood for ourselves, our logs for ourselves, until the price is high. Have you been to our ports where chipwood is being sent to Scandinavia? I have analyzed percentage and an amount of chipwood being imported. Can you answer? No, I can't answer. I haven't analyzed that. But the thought that you probably sketched, for 20 years we are selling something to Scandinavia what could be used at home. No, I'm not talking about nuclear energy. I am supporter of free market. You should sell to who is paying better. And then buy things that we need for ourselves. And would that be okay if Scandinavians will heat our chipwoods, and we, for the money that we earn, build SMRs? SMRs, not at every factory, but we should build industrial clusters. My grandfather said that two men sold a barrel of vodka, and where did you put the money, they are asked, and they say, we drank all the money. So that is kind of an absurd situation. I don't know whether this joke was right in place, but now, Agris, you will be able also to look at from above to everything, and I will approach Andris. Andri, we had a lot to think this year. A lot has been done. Agri, you will also have to give this vision, but do you also have this feeling of lots of things being done?
Yes, I am still for this one source as a general source, and I would like to remind that everything that we are using, wood and oil and other, this is a product of sun. Not only that, in summer you go out and you receive this warmth and heat. We can do it, but we receive it together with is not a radioactive radiation, but also the sun radiation. And we kind of have some mixture. What are we talking about today? We are talking about the place of nuclear energy. And then we spoke about Latvia, and then we spoke about the whole world, and then you also did it. And you said it's not only in Latvia. And we are talking, but we are not the most global players and speakers. Latvia is as it is. And maybe what was also said by Andris Kulbergs, this issue, what he raised, politically, this is important. I could speak a lot about science, and you also spoke about this, the newest cycles and fuel types, that there is not so much waste problem, but we have to understand that there is one part that we know in general, but then there is something which is suitable for Latvia. And I would like to say, together with our neighboring countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, let's not forget. And you also participate in the first conversations where we spoke with Polish people, and also we had Sweden first project, and it ceased to exist because it wasn't prepared well enough, and Fukushima came, and Lithuania got afraid, and they decided to stop with this project of nuclear energy plant. And if we talk about security, this is Russia's attack to Ukraine. If we talk about Zaporozhye, somebody said that this is an issue of war and not an issue of energy, but I would disagree. I believe that this is the geopolitical situation. We are talking about modulars. We want to put them on Earth. And Agris, you were talking about modulars, and then later about the small reactors. The small one is up to 300 or 500 megawatts. This is small, but you were talking about the micro reactors. Micro reactors up to 10 megawatt hours. So you had this in your list. So now we are mixing all things together. So whether we want to build a large nuclear station, you are a scientist. Please don't speak about the atomic nuclear station like the terminology we used to have before. This annoys me a lot, this issue of terminology. I am speaking how it's presented in the energy law of Latvia. There was about connection. Was it like nuclear energy or atomic energy? Latvia is the only one. Where we are using this nuclear, but terminology in Latvia comes from Russia. So we have to work with the State Language Institute so that this terminology is changed. And I totally agree also from the scientific point of view that we need nuclear energy and security of radiation that has to be thought about, and this is something that scares society. And like a colleague from the UK thought about it. Do you know what's about this security of safety of radiation? Many of you have heard that in Japan, after Fukushima, they started to pour into the water, into the ocean, this radioactive water. But maybe people don't know that this level of radioactivity is even lower than the standards for drinking water. And also this example about the concrete, that there is the concrete which is radioactive, and this is taken off, and then later the new one again is even with a higher level. Our Primex, our company, they were entrusted to use this concrete, and this was the case. They were trying to analyze these levels. So about concretes, this was very good. It was very, very interesting what Valdis mentioned. So sometimes those are the mistakes that we kind of take, and some fuss is created. And I believe that also it was our colleagues or Estonian colleagues who said about Baltic Scientific Instrument. And there is this company that are manufacturing some safety things, and they are continuing, and they are a very good organization, but somehow here in Latvia we don't using them properly. This is also something Elin knows about those things, and also training. So in general, I believe that there is a progress, there is an understanding, just sometimes this understanding is localized in our today's conference. We also had the intellectual conference in academia, and we spoke about it, but this is, but there is one thing which is coming in. This is a hydrogen. So this is a new thing in comparison with the previous year. We were talking about those stations for hydrogen. So hydrogen is a basic element. Also, the sun feeds by hydrogen, and also fusion will feed on it. And so hydrogen is storage of and storing energy, and you can also use it directly or for heating cells. So this is one thing I wanted to mention about entering of hydrogen on the screen, on the stage. So thank you very much. You are also the Vice President of Academy of Science, and thank you very much for this. Do you have anything to add? Something you would like to formulate as a question for the next year if we continue this conference in a different context? So in December, we read about those young, we will read about young people who will earn 38,000 per year just for a wish to study this. I believe that young people we will add in some later stages, because in Estonia, young people got involved after 5 or 7 years of developing different competences. This is one thing. Talking about pan-Baltic cooperation for nuclear or nuclear energy and reactors, I believe that this is a naive optimism. There isn't any country in the world that would have built joint nuclear power plants with other countries, and I don't believe that the Baltic states are going to be the first ones. Yes, but we have the town in which the first independent declaration of Latvia was approved, and now it's in Estonia. So half a year before it was approved over there, Valga, and later it was approved here. So you are saying that it hasn't happened yet in the world and it's impossible in the Baltics. It's the opposite. No, I don't believe that it's going to happen. Okay, you are as a scientist. So you did not deny that theoretically there is such an opportunity. Of course, there is an opportunity, but highly unbelievable. Okay, colleagues, I believe I agree that we have a mixture, and I will add the last idea. I totally know that it's not fashionable to watch TV in the evening, but as a symptom, if there are fears and concerns that there were colleagues from the television. They came and they interviewed, but they didn't come here in our room. Yeah. But yes, somebody came to take a video, but I didn't see journalists. So in the evening, there will be a broadcast what you were doing here, but it was a journalist who did it, and they never entered this room. So they just interviewed you outside. So thank you very much to all those who provided the interviews. Maybe they explained something, but maybe next year we have to think how to invite those fearful journalists or do some brainwashing for them. I believe that next time we have to ask the representatives of the industry, how do they see their future? Not the energy generating industry, but other manufacturers. How do they see the future? With firewood or in a different way? How do they see their future? Okay, so thank you very much. And colleagues, informal part is mandatory for you because there are people and who are ready to serve us, and bon appetit, and these informal conversations are mandatory. So thank you very much. I didn't mention everybody, but I hope that you can see on this slide. Are you ready? Are you prepared to applaud loudly? Because there is Latvenergo and Fermi and Energy and Generals Tommy and Stand Up for Nuclear and also Finnish, Finland's company, and also the Nuclear Association, International Nuclear Association. So thank you very much, and also thank you very much to the Distribution Network and Academy of Science and the Institute of Hard Matters and the rest of logos I am unable to read, but thank you very much to all of you.